All right. Now we working on a new intro. It is time for a new intro. So that's going to be coming. Also, before we do the count, we ain't going to do the countdown today. I just want to talk to y'all. All right. My apologies because we had the live schedule. Um, but I was tired and then I had to do multiple meetings because it's a lot of work that we're doing for our members. Two Man and Lady will be coming tomorrow live. All right. Live tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm just super excited, you guys. So let me know if y'all in here. Share this live, give y'all enough time. I'm just excited. That will be open to the general public, meaning those that do not have a membership. We will allow you in the chat on tomorrow. That's going to be 8 o'clock, I believe. We will have the live scheduled. We do have people that's going to join us. Don will join us. We have also have the lady that will be joining us as well. But we will do that. And if you have a subject that you want us to talk about, you can most definitely talk about it. Send us an email right now or a DM on Instagram if you want us to cover for Two Man and Lady. Wiley Show at gmail.com. You have until midnight to submit your topic so I can give them the topic so they can have time to research the topic. So if you have a topic you want us to discuss, email us at wileyshow at gmail.com. I'm nervous to bring back, this is season 3 of Two Man and the Lady. And so we have a new man, Don, will be joining us because Conscious TV parted ways. He told us months ago that he will not be able to commit to another season of Two Man and a Lady. So we wish him well in all his future endeavors. So we are looking forward to it. It's going to be fun show. Great opportunity for content creators that want to get into this business with a live audience. I'm super excited. Don will be doing his own YouTube channel soon, and I think this is like a good partnership between him and I. And we also have the lady. We're gonna keep her under wraps. So just in case we have to change it up, we're gonna keep that under wraps. So I'm super excited. So we are trying to go for Thursdays, but that may change. You know, it all depends on their schedules to commit because this is virtual, and I'm super excited for that. Also, we checked out the number really quickly here. $4.99 is the amount to become a member, and we start doing the memberships at one. It was at maybe we had about 9 or 10 members. That number have changed since we decided to make the chat members only, and they went from one number to 94 members. 94 members is now officially a part of the Wiley Show executive producer squad. All right. On our Patreon, we have about, I believe it was 75. So these are paying people. And one of the perks is you get in person with me, meaning that we have interactions. We do this. We're going to have members only meet and greets, but that's going to start when we have a lot of members, that can attend. So super excited for that. Also had an amazing meeting with my producing partners. We're working on some things. I'm just so excited. Paying a lot of invoices. So thank everybody that has been contributing to the show. I mean, we paying a lot in invoices. Like, whew, like soon as I get paid, it's like it's going right outside the door. Or other things, and we still have money to put away for savings. Amen. So I'm just super excited for that. But I was reading, thank you, we got another member added on to our show. I was reading a comment. Hey Dave, Tony, hi. So hi, Love Maria, hi. Miss Optimistic is in the house. Aaliyah TV, Tasha Nicole in the house. C Dean in the house. Yes. You got Jackie or Jacqueline in the house, Proud of Me in the house, Latavia J in the house. We got so many people in the house. Shout out to y'all that is in the house. And I'm just super, super excited. Dave, do you write music? Do you write music? Do you write music, Dave? Let me know if you a songwriter. Because I found out with Dave, him and Pretty Boy Rich, I don't care what nobody say. Them brothers, his vocals um was so amazing. And we need to talk. So email me. You might could write me a record. All right. Because I'm such a fan. Me and Dave go way back. We go way back. And when he did a record, he did 2 songs, I believe, on Pretty Boy Rich album. Let me make sure I give you some more clout. Okay. And you let Pretty Boy Rich. I haven't heard from him in a long time. So I hope the brother is doing well. But I can tell you for a fact that man have just been such a good supporter, and I'm talking about Pretty Boy Rich and Dave, particularly Pretty Boy Rich, because he decided to come on the show, and he was on my radio show very heavy. He was on my radio show that we had back on Blog Talk Radio, and he was just so really with me. I'm trying to find the album here. So give me a second. Okay, I found it. Give me a second. Okay. So hear me calling. And for the record, those 2 records to me is so good. And when I heard the records, let me tell you what I was going through. I was going through a lot, and those 2 songs got me through. And hearing Dave's voice brought life to me. And people don't understand when you put music out, you put it out for people to get something from it. And I got something from it. Dave, thank you. And Pretty Boyish, thank you for creating a masterpiece together. And I don't even know if y'all still friends, but what y'all worked together was definitely great. And the name of that album is Different Shades of Pretty, written by produced and is by Pretty Boy Rich. Pretty Boy Rich. As Pretty boy Boy Rich Rich. And Dave said, I haven't seen him in years, but I heard that he's doing well. Absolutely. That's a blessing. And I didn't know that Dave was going to be here. Like me and Dave, like I said, we go way back. And I'm just so honored. I don't even know if you still live in where you live at. I think it was was it New York? I forgot where y'all stayed at, but I just imagine, and I think y'all did a concert back in the day, if I'm not mistaken. I did a concert back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You did a concert. And I remember Pretty Boy Rich because me and Pretty Boy Rich identified with each other because one time I told him my story on the radio show. I've always been personal. It ain't nothing new. And I was talking about having mild cerebral palsy. I walk with a limp and one leg is twisted than the other. And I have a disability. I've had a disability according to Social Security. I don't have it no more. But anyway, it's a disability. And Pretty Boy Rich said, I have that too. Now his is more like severe than mine's, but we share that experience, and I shared on the air, and I will never forget it when Pretty Boy Rich came and he DM'd me, and yeah, he DM'd me, and when he DM'd me, I said, "Wow, that's so amazing." I shared my story. I walk with a limp and my one leg is twisted, and I was telling my testimony at that time. And the brother reached out, and like I told him, I said, it is a place for people with disabilities. Everybody don't walk straight. Some people don't walk at all. Some people are bed bound. Some people are wheelchair bound, and it's a lane for you. Don't never let nobody. If you have a disability, let me break this down. Never let nobody tell you you can't do this because you can. Now, it's going to be challenging for you because of the people are going to say negative things about you, especially if you get into the gossip base. But don't let it discourage you for doing this, because it didn't discourage me. I have to work twice as hard to get half the respect than everybody else. And I thank God that I'm able to be here. I thank God that I'm able to do what I do. I thank God that I have people that are paying to see me. I thank God for that. Many people have went away, went astray, but God have sent in a new group, because everybody is not meant for your level. Some people gonna watch you, some people gonna go away, but just stay focused on the people that are remaining to stay and the new people that are coming in. Because a person could be with you today and leave you. How many times people that you had friends from one area of your life and they're no longer your friends anymore? You have a new group of friends. Everybody ain't gonna be with you forever. You're blessed if you have somebody that was there for you when you was a little girl or when you was a little boy, but that's not always the case for everybody. So don't just look at the people. Now, if you're losing people in droves, then you look at that and say how we can work on that. But I thank God we're not losing people in droves. I thank God that, the money is doing good. You know what I'm saying? I focus on the people that is present, and then I ask them, if you're still present, what is I'm doing to keep you present? What is I'm doing to keep you present? Because the people that leave, sometimes they don't really tell you the truth. But I want to stick on the people that is here. And thank God that the money is the same amount every month. One month we did a credible month because it was Larry Reed that gossip came out, but every month is the same amount of money, and I thank God for that, because some of my people that's in this space, and we can name their names, they're dealing with the downgrade from making this amount of money. Now they're making that, and they have to downgrade from their way of living. I thank God I don't have to downgrade my way of living, because I live a simple life. I live in my lane. I'm not trying to go out there buy the more expensive cars. I'm not trying to buy the most expensive clothes. I will wear the same clothes as long as they clean. I'm good for. And having somebody like David in the house, he understands the growth because he was there when we didn't have these many people in the chat. When I was out doing it, it was just two people. And then sometimes it would just be me talking, doing the show by myself. So having 170 is 400% way better when I first started out. Amen. So, and people that knew me way back then, they say, I don't know what they talking about. We see the growth because we remember when you only had 1 to 2 people. And I'm saying this for the people that are listening to this and hearing me, because some of y'all want big numbers fast. Life don't work like that. It don't work like that. Maybe you would be stuck at 100 for 4 years, and then the 5th year you got 300 million. So, but the thing is, you cannot give up on your dream. You can't give up on your drive. Yes, people will come and they will throw shade and say, well, this person done it less and they got this and you've been doing it longer and you're still stuck where you at. But if you focus on that, then you get off your path and then you get discouraged, then depression, then everything else. Then next thing you know, you stop doing it. I hear a lot of noise and I'm on the path, and the noise that I hear, well, this and this do this, Wiley, and this do this, because you're on the path. This is a marathon. Amen. So you got to keep doing it. We never ever, and I tell people this all the time, and I told my mentor this. I said, sister, I never had my breakout moment. She said, what do you mean by that? I said, a breakout moment of going viral with 90,000, 200,000, 300. I never had that moment. And I said, I'm going to get that moment. And I'm on the path. She said, I'm on the path. I can see myself getting the moment. I can feel the moment. But one thing I'm not going to do is rush God in the process, because you can't rush it. And so when I get there and start making $60,000, $70,000 a month, I will appreciate it more and really know how to invest it more, because I'm getting the knowledge and the courses and the people around me, because I understand the process. Hey, hello. Hold on. I'm live right now. What's up? Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to call you back because I'm live right there. I'm live right there. I'm sorry. If I don't answer, it's because I'm going to the Chloe concert. So oh yeah. Oh yeah. The Chloe concert is tonight. It's in Dallas. Oh, you in? It's in Dallas. It's at the House of Blues in Dallas. Oh, it's standing room only, or you gonna be able to sit on? You gonna be standing? I'll be standing. Oh no, you don't supposed to be standing. I'll be in the front though. Oh, do you want me to come so you can just sit on my lap? Oh, bye. I'm gonna call you. Okay, bye. Okay. So it's standing room only. Okay, Floyd. And so you got to understand the process. I don't, and this is the thing for me. Back in the day when I first started, it used to bother me when I would watch the Scorpion show and then we get a lot of views. They would get 20 to 30, and I will only have 5 people watching my video. It bothered me. I was hurt. I was so jealous and mad at them. I didn't know myself. I didn't know my true voice. And then one day I had a conversation with Jonathan before he got addicted to crystal meth. One day I had a conversation with him. He said, you got to believe in yourself and you got to do it because you got the talent. You're gifted. And ever since that conversation, I went to work and I never stopped. I never took a year off. Constantly been putting in the work. And now I'm living a testimony that it worked. As I look from that conversation that he had with me about 4 to 5 years ago, now he's addicted to crystal meth. Now I have my own place. I have a car that is paid off. I have a computer. I have lights. I have a camera. I have a team. I have people that's writing on wileythetroll.com. But he gave me some good advice. And I took that advice and ran with it and never gave up. And I remember Jonathan, he was high on crystal meth and he had a journal. And I read his journal and he said that my cousin Wiley is doing really well on YouTube. I told him to believe in himself, and the brother have believed in himself. And now he have a lot of people that watched him. And he wrote that in his journal. And y'all pray for him. But I had to cut him loose. And the reason why I had to cut him loose because he was on a journey that he didn't want to help himself. So, and I'm still there living from a distance and say, whenever you're ready to get off the drugs, I'm here and I will hold your hand and help you in the process. But as long as you want to be on the drugs and get high and steal and go to jail, I'm going to have to love you from a distance because I'm in a marathon and I can't get as distracted by a person that want to do drugs. And it hurt me and I cried and I broke down in tears and I heard from this, it dropped in my spirit that sometimes you have to love somebody from a distance. You can't force somebody to change when they don't want to change. It's hurtful. I tried everything under the sun, but he didn't want the help. So I had to exit left and continue my journey and to build what I'm building. I did the right thing. As I look at it now, from a couple of years of him being addicted, and I'm here now, and he's where he's at. I made the right decision. Many of people will say, "Well, you should have helped him, and he helped you get to Texas, and he helped you did that. He did all that." But he have an addiction, and unless you understand an addiction of drugs, that you can't help a drug addict if they don't want to be helped. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't force somebody that want to do crack to get off crack. Many people, I have a friend that touched my sister. He's a former friend of mine, and he touched her inappropriately and did all these things. And his sister and treasurer, and his name is Sharman Marlowe, and his mother she was addicted to crack, and she died in the restroom in McDonald's. She OD'd. And her mother, Ollie, was acting like she couldn't find her daughter. And the last time I seen her, I had on my all white for communion. And I was at the McDonald's on 63rd and Ashland. That was the last time I seen her alive. I said, "Oh, hey." She said, "Hey, tell my mom I said hi." And her mother, and I said, "Sister Williams, I saw your daughter." And she said something that broke my heart. She said, "Was she clean? Did she have on clean clothes?" And so then a couple of weeks after that, nobody could find her. I went to the CVS on 59th and Ashland, and usually she'd be there, be begging and everything, and she wasn't there. We went to the McDonald's on 63rd, and I couldn't find her at all. And then one day we had an event at True Church of Holiness, and my uncle Bishop Cartwright told Sister Williams, said, "Why don't you go and check the morgue?" And she laughed. She said, "Ha ha ha, oh, Pastor." And she did just that. And she called the morgue. And they said, "We have somebody here, but do they have a tattoo?" And she had like a Chinese symbol on her body. And they said, "We have her here. Can you come and identify?" She was there for a couple of weeks. And she died. That addiction took her out. And I remember when she tried to get clean, we were working at Chili's, and she was so great when she tried to get clean. But then she was still dibbing and dabbing in the drugs, and she died. And I had to console my friend. I thought that was my childhood friend. Sherman was my childhood friend. We grew up together. We went to high school together. And I had to console his sister Treasury and his then wife at the time. And I saw that, and console Ollie Williams. And I saw that, and I saw her body in that casket. She was unrecognizable because of how long she'd been gone. And I looked, and I said, some addictions can take you out. And it took her out. And I left there and I cried. I was hurt for my friend, for his mother. I was hurt. But that situation taught me a lesson. You can't pick up everything. Drugs is dangerous, and it's taking people out in droves. Fentanyl addictions and etc. All right. So when I saw that, I cried and I moved on. And so when I saw Jonathan, and I said it ain't meant for me to bring you to my home because you got an addiction. You like to steal. And we had him in our home, and he stole our laptop, and we had to call the cops. Never did I had to ever call the cops on Jonathan. Oh my gosh. And he brought the laptop back, and I knew then, I said, I can't be around him. You like to steal. You have an addiction. And I work too hard to build what I'm building for you to take it to get high. So I got an apartment and I left and didn't tell him where I was going. My other roommate, Theo, at that time, he left because he got tired of him stealing as well. So we both just left and didn't tell him. And he would show up to an apartment, to an empty place. We were gone. He didn't know where we were. We never told him our address because he have an addiction. And it's hurtful. It's painful. It's brought me to tears, but I had to do what was best for my mental health and what was best for me. And so when we talked to him about 2 months ago, he wanted to get access to his Facebook, and we did just that. And we called him. He didn't even know who I was. He was just that high. And that was the last time I talked to him on the phone. He had a so-called friend. He's no longer answering the phone call. And word came back to me that they said he's battling with an addiction as well. I don't know where he's at. And I pray that he's fine. And so tomorrow we have to do some more calling and see if he's okay. I want to lay eyes on my friend. I did everything. We tried to get court orders, and we contacted family, and I didn't really know his life like that. And so when the bottom fell out, I started to understand his story. Lost his mother and father. He was adopted, lost his grandmother, and most of the people, lost his sister to domestic violence. And you start to learn his story because he was so secretive. He kept everything bottled in. He didn't talk about his personal life and it's destroying him. And that's why I tell people, don't keep everything that you're going through bottled in. Get a therapist, get a friend, get somebody, get that off your chest. And it affected him now at a 34-year-old man. It affected him now. He was helping everybody else, but he didn't tell people, oh, I need help too. He put on this facade that everything is fine. I'm strong. Ain't nothing bother me. And it did bother you. And when his sister died, I didn't understand the effects of that because I was going through. I couldn't focus on what he was going through because my mind was gone. I was severely depressed. And I'm hurt because I put that burden on him with the depression, with the voices, with the anger. And that's the only thing I regret that. Because I was going through. And he was there for me. And I was able to get the help. And when he bailed me out, we paid him back within 2 weeks. Was able to get help. And I tell him, he would bring it up when he's high. He said, well, I helped you. I said, yes, but I did the work. You got to be willing to do the work. Yes, you allowed me to stay with you, but we paid rent. We didn't stay for free. Because in your words, you said you're not feeding a grown man. You got to pay your share. And I put in the work. And that is something he have to do. He have to be willing to put in the work. And it's a journey. And so we went, this is when we went to About in Prosperity, where I go and get prep and everything. And I was so hurt about my friend. I was calling everybody I can call to get him some help. And I talked to a brother at About in Prosperity. We were outside, and I said, my friend, he's addicted to drugs. Is there any way y'all can get him into is there any resources to get him into rehab? He said yes. But he said something to me. He said, do you think he's ready? Because we can't force him. Is he ready to get help? And I put my head down. I said, no, he's not ready. He said, well, call me back when he's ready and we will get him some help. So we thought he was ready. We had everything set up. He said so many words. He's not an addict. And he left. And I tried other avenues, but there's nothing you could do. Got the police, went to court, couldn't force him. I did everything humanly possible to get him some help. But in so many words, he's a grown man and we can't force him to get help. So I had to exit left and focus on me. And God said, you got to focus on you, Brother Wiley. You did everything that you could possibly do. It's up to him now to make that decision. Only thing you could do now is pray and continue to work. But you can't force somebody to get off crack when they don't want to get off that crack. You can't force them. Long as they want to suck on that pipe or shoot up the drug, you can't force them to get off. You wasting your energy, time, and breath. When I was watching Whitney Houston movie and I want to dance with somebody and I watched the movie and a part of that movie struck with me. The mother got the police and she intervened and Clyde Davis looked her straight in the face because first Clyde said he don't get in his artist's personal life, but the drug addiction got on her so heavy and it weighed on him so heavy he said, listen, hold on. Hey, I'm doing a show right now. Are you in Dallas or no? Yeah, I'm in Dallas, so I'm literally live right now. You want to connect with me after the show? Because I'm be done about an hour. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. You said in an hour.
Yeah, look at you. And look at your house. You ain't got no popcorn selling, so you paying good in rent. Ain't no popcorn. I got popcorn selling, so you know mine's. I'm paying cheap in rent. You ain't got no popcorn.
That's okay. That means you got a little bit more coins, so you smarter than me.
Oh. I'm live right now. What do you do? What do you do for a living?
Oh, I do quite a bit right now. I'm getting ready to transition to finance, so I'll be doing something in like training and development for that. And yeah,
And single. You're single, correct?
I am. Well,
You're talking.
Somebody, we talking.
And then when we work together, he gonna stop talking. I don't like you working while he make you laugh too much.
Oh no, I ain't been listening. If he insecure, he gotta go.
Okay, we gonna talk. I didn't know you was in Dallas. Okay. We gonna talk because I'm live right now with 200 plus people watching me right now.
Hey people, how you doing?
He said, "Hey people, y'all here." Yes.
Like, comment, subscribe.
Yes. I want to ask you really quickly before I get back into my story here. How did you find out about the Wiley Show? Because I know we were following each other on Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, we talked like in 2020.
Yes.
I keep all my little notes and stuff of things that I want to do.
Okay.
People I want to work with. And so I follow you, and every time you post, I get a little notification. Turn y'all notifications on.
Yes, I'm so glad. Okay, cool. So we definitely got to talk because I'm good. I love connecting with my people. Yeah, so we're gonna talk.
All right, talk to you soon.
Okay, bye. Oh, I had that schedule. So you got to be careful. You can't force that woman to get off that crack pipe. I've been there. People begging their people to get off there. Can you please come home? It ain't gonna help it. I remember I dropped Jonathan off and I stood there and I saw all these young men go in and out of this white man's house. I call him the Ed Buck of Dallas. You don't say in Dallas. I would say the Ed Buck of where we were at. We was in Carrollton, Texas. We dropped nice, beautiful neighborhood. All these young men. And one day I asked Tank, I said, what do y'all do there? I'm curious. He said, we party and play. I said, party and play? Is they playing video games? So one day I Googled party and play. And I just Googled it. I didn't know what it was. He said party and play. I'm thinking they playing video games in Uno. I'm thinking they playing Uno and you know what I'm saying? That's what I thought it was. I thought they playing some Uno. Okay, that's what I thought. And then I Googled it. And it's all with drugs and stuff. And I saw all these young men coming in that man's house. And one of the guys I asked, because now I'm an interviewer, I'm curious to know what's going on here. He said he get us high. He brings his friends over, and we, as the black guys, he said we have sex with each other. He said we get it in. I said, really? He said, yes. And I asked him, I said, well, how often do y'all stay up? He said, all night long. And he looked at me and he said, I'm tired of doing this. I said, you tired? Do you want to go to rehab? He said, I know, but I am tired. I'm not that tired to go to rehab, but I am tired. And all these young men that they be on these apps and they put in the bio party and play or put drug emoji in the bio and they attract all these people and they be in there having sex, and particularly white men are financing it. That is going on. I saw it with my own eyes. The men going in, they're going out, they're going in, they're going out, they're going in. And people that I thought was so attractive, now they look like zombies, if that's the correct one. One particular guy, he was the life of the party, very attractive guy. He got sores, he got skin drooped down, he lost weight. You see his bone structure, he looked like he's on his last leg. They suck the energy because of that addiction. And so I saw that and I dropped Jonathan off. And then one particular time he asked me to drop him off again. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to take you to go get high. He cussed me out like a dog. He said, I walked in, and he walked. And he would call me to come drop him off. Give us. I said, no, I can't drop you off there. You have to find your own way. And then he started developing these sores in his head. And in his head, he started developing sores. I said, what is that coming from? I didn't know what it was. And then it said, what's one of the things of it? And then I said, well, why are you posting all this weird stuff, not making it? And then I started to Google it, and I read Timothy Bland. I said, oh, he's tweaking, or he finally snapped, and they do it. And when he start posting weird numbers and weird things, that's when I know he's high. When he talking weird, ain't making no sense, I know he is high. And I started to understand his behavior started to drastically change from this sweet guy that was the life of the party, that was never a big drinker, changed dramatically. And one day we was in the house, and Theo was in the kitchen. I was in my room doing the show, and he sat there when I was live, and I was so ashamed to keep the cameras on. And he had his head down. I turned the camera off, and one of my viewers said, "Is Jonathan the person that is battling a drug addiction?" I said, "You don't have to tell me, but I see that he's battling it." And I said, "Yes." I didn't say anything. I said, "Just pray." And I went back and I saw the video, and I saw the life just gone out of my friend. And we talked with y'all. And then that night, we tried to take him to the hospital. He wanted to go to the hospital and get help. He jumped out of the car. He thought he was saying something. And then I didn't know what was scary. Like, we're driving through Plano, baby. If you understand, Google Plano, Texas, like there's a predominantly white area with people with money and stuff, like going through Frisco and all that. And these are predominantly white areas. And we black. And he jumped out of the car. Car was moving. He thought he saw something in the back seat. It scared me. I said, "There's nothing back there. What is it?" You said, "You don't see that?" "Oh no, I gotta get out of here." "You don't?" I said, "No, I don't see that." "What are you talking about?" It confused me. So he jumped out of the car. And we talked with him, and he got back in the car. We go to the hospital, and I begged them, "Can y'all help my friend? He got an addiction." Went there. I said everything. I said he's trying to end his life. I did everything out of the book. Went there. They released him within 15 minutes. And he called and said, "Come get him." So I went and got him. And he jumped out of the car again. This time I had to call the cops. He was running through traffic. We called the cops. The cops show up. He simmered down. They said, "We know he have an addiction, but he have not broken a law. And there's nothing we can do." So I brought my friend back in the car, drove him back to his apartment. But a couple of days after that, his apartment caught on fire. I'm not saying he did it, but on his side of the building, it was in flames. I don't know he did it, but that apartment was in flames. Right where he lived at, in flames. I ain't gonna say he did it. He walked to the house, he shared my apartment on fire, showed up with no shoes, or I need to go to the hospital. The apartment was on fire. We called the ambulance. He went to the hospital. They were calling him to, give him some help to get a place. He refused all phone calls, didn't have an ID, didn't have this, and he just moved on. And I knew then, I said, my friend needs some help. So I called. I did everything possible. I called his friend Eric. I said, "Eric, Jonathan, I can't do nothing. That's my childhood boyfriend. I moved on in life." Called his sister. His sister said, "Well, we could come. We're gonna come and get him." And then she said, "Well, Wiley, can't do that. I got." What in the world? She said, "Give me a second." He said, can't do that. Can't help. I got a man, and he ain't hitting on nothing, so I can't bring another man in my house." And I called all the family I can call. They said, "We can't do anything. We all going through." And so I'm the only one as his advocate. Only one in the world. And Jonathan came. He said, I want to go to Chicago. I want to leave Texas. I said, fine. Let me give you a plane ticket so you can go. But I said, Jonathan, there's nobody in Chicago to help you. I don't think that's the best decision. Oh, yes, it is, Wiley. Book the flight. So we booked the flight. We drop him off at the airport. He called me back. Wasn't even good on the highway back to my house. He said, Wiley, you got to come get me. I ain't got no ID. I said, what now? No ID? No license? No ID? Nothing. No identification. They're not letting me on. They're not letting me get through security. So I came back, went back, get in the car. He's talking weird. He said, I need you to, I said, drop me downtown. Dropped him downtown to his other friend. And his other friend, I would say he's a functioning drug addict, meaning that he can still work. He still got a nice apartment, still got a nice car. We do all type of drugs. Went there. About a couple of days later, I get a phone call. Ooh. Yo, cousin took my car. I'm calling the cops. I said, calling the cops? What did he take? He took your car, took the man's car, drove the car to our house. No socks, no shoes on, no shirt. Just drove that man car from downtown Dallas to our place. I said, Jonathan, you need to get that man car back. He evil. This is my car. I said, that ain't your car, Jonathan. You ain't got no license. That ain't yours. So the police come. He called the police. It's our house. So they arrest Jonathan. And the police. And I said, I don't think he need to go to jail. He need to go to rehab. He ain't going to no rehab. He going to jail. He broke the law. Get out of the way, sir. And I had to step aside and see my friend get in that police squad car. And I broke down in tears because I was powerless. Then we bailed him out because I remembered he bailed me out. So we went and we bailed him out. Then he didn't listen. He was supposed to be on some type of house arrest or some type of thing. He ignored everything. He went right back to jail. And I said, we bailed him out again because I'm still holding on to this guilt that he helped me get bailed out. And this time, we got him a lawyer. They worked with him. My lawyer negotiated a deal with the DA to get him some mental health treatment. He ignored everything. Supposed to go to some treatment program, didn't go. Supposed to have a curfew, didn't do it. He went right back. So after the third, the fourth, fifth time, I told Jonathan, I said, he called, he said, Wiley, you got to bail me out of here right now. I said, I can't do that. He said, why? I said, I think you need to stay there. And he called and he cried. I said, I can't help you. You need help. Sadly, I can't help you. And he cried. And I got off the phone and I cried because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. It affected me so because I remember when I didn't have anything, he was there for me. I remember when my family kicked me out It was Jonathan that rescued me. So I felt guilty. I felt guilty. I felt like I failed him. Because I remember when I was about 19, 20 years old, and I asked him, can I live with you? He opened his doors to me. So I just felt guilty. And every time I think about him, I cry. And sometimes I don't like to mention his name because it's so hurtful. Because I know that if you don't get help, the end results of it, because I've seen people that had an addiction and they're no longer with us. So I was hurt. I was so hurt and guilty. Because when I went to jail and I needed to get bailed out, he bailed me out. When I was in the hospital, he talked to the doctors and the nurses because they couldn't release me till they talked to a family member. He was that family member. So I hold on to that guilt. And it brought me down to tears because I knew I was powerless. I can't help him. This is not something that you can do. And so I said, no, I had to leave. I was sitting in the leasing office and I was about to tell him, well, give me a 2-bedroom. Because I was thinking about my friend. And then I was really thinking about Jonathan so much. I was on Instagram minding my own business and I went down my timeline and somebody posted a video and I was watching it and it was Jonathan. Jonathan broke in somebody's apartment and the man called him and he pulled out a weapon. And he said, why are you in my place? You know I can just take you out. He said, what is your name? He said, Jonathan. Why are you in here? This ain't your house. And Jonathan said, he said, yes, just take me out. And I cried when I seen that video. And they arrested him. Jonathan, for breaking in that apartment. He broke in so many apartments in that building. They kicked him out and his friend that he was staying with. They kicked him out because Jonathan was, I don't know how he did it. He was just breaking in people's apartments. He thought it was theirs. Thought it was his. You know, he wasn't in his right mind. And so it was just so sad. And I tried to get him to help. And I just had to pray. And so I'm sharing this story because some people are going through this with mothers and fathers and brothers and uncles, and some have lived it and some have tried and some have did everything humanly possible going through that. And this is real. And it's like a strong epidemic of this in the community, in the LGBTQIA community. It's going on in every community, but I'm speaking for the community that I witness and have a front row seat to. and I see it. And another one of my ex, I thought, he's an ex of mine's, and he's on that addiction as well, on crystal meth. And so it's sad. It's really, really sad. And so I saw a documentary about Ed Buck. One of my Instagram friends put together, he executive produced this documentary, and it was a great documentary. And I forgot the name of it. I know it was Ed Buck. They were talking about Ed Buck. Ed Buck was a Democratic consultant, and he was getting young men in his home. They were getting high, and one young man OD'd. Armon Wiggins at that time interviewed the young man's mother, I believe so. He died. He was outraged. The white man wasn't charged. I mean, he was not in prison at all. So then there was another man OD'd in Ed Buck's apartment. This person donated to Hillary Clinton, donated to people in California and everything. Another man OD'd. And so this time, it was outraged. People wanted justice. And finally, they put him in prison. And so many people that went in home were getting high, and that was ODing and all of that. And I looked at that documentary and I said, he ain't the only one. It's a lot of Ed Bucks that they will give young black men drugs, because half of them are kicked out of their homes, they're depressed, and they are going through, and they use these drugs as a coping mechanism. It make you want to have this all type of sex, but then it becomes this addiction. It becomes something that you can't get rid of. It becomes, you can't get rid of it. It is a huge problem in the community, and it's not being talked like that much in the community, because half the young men are undiagnosed, have illnesses because they have to rush in society, because family pushed them to the side. The church pushed them to the side. Some people that I've talked to was kicked out since they was 12, 13 years old. And now they're in their early 20s. They're dealing with so much trauma. And instead of them getting the mental health treatment and getting a counselor or therapist, and they choose the drugs. And it's going to be fun for a while, but then it's going to turn into an addiction that you can't get rid of, because it's a happy drug. It make you want to make love, and it feels good. But then now that drug that make you feel good has caused you a lot of trauma. So many of the people are that way. And I remember one time I was on Jack, and I got a dude off Jack, and he brought crystal meth. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I got to do this to get turned on." He couldn't even get on hard. That's how much drugs he did. And I couldn't do anything. I said, "Oh, I'll change my mind. I got to go to work." Couldn't do it. That wasn't my life. I said, "Wow." I said, "You really have to do that to have?" I said, "So you want to try?" I said, "No, sir, I don't want to try it, because I know it's take my friend out." Then I would tell him, I said, "You need to go to rehab." It took, my friend is dealing with that. I said, "You really need to go to rehab." And he said, "I don't have a problem. I can stop when I get ready." I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, how long you been on it?" 4 years. I said, "Oh, you said you can stop when you get ready?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Are you ready to get off it?" He said, "No. I have a lot of fun with it." He was pretty much saying, and he picked up the pipe, and he said, "This person never disappoint me." I said, "Really?" He said, "No." And I said, "Well, I gotta go to work." Went to work, and I saw him walking, pacing the streets, homeless. And I just moved on. I said, "Wow." Because people ain't gonna want to deal with you like regular folks that ain't on drugs. You ain't gonna be able to stay with your mama or daddy if you got an addiction. They're gonna kick you out. And so I saw it, and so I had a front row seat to it. And so I had to I wasn't planning on sharing this, but I've always gonna share a personal story, because if I know I'm going through and seeing people that are dealing with this and blah blah blah, I know a viewer out there is going through as well. So let's go to the other topic here. Let's get involved into the mess because we got your message. So now let's get into the mess. Okay. All right. So give me a quick second here. Let me see that I put his picture in here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, I did. All right. So let's talk about Tyrese. And this is a sad, pathetic man. And he's weak because the brother went on a tirade talking about the judge, saying that the judge is racist and all of this because this brother didn't want to pay child support and he didn't want to pay for his ex-wife legal fees. And I'm like, brother, you're not a Dr. King, you're not a Malcolm X, you're not a Fred Hammond, you're not a Nelson Mandela. You, sir, is a black man of privilege and don't want to pay for the mistakes that you made. All right. And the consequence for that. When you stick in your private part inside of a woman there without any protection, there is a strong possibility that that woman going to get pregnant. So you must take care of your responsibility. So don't be talking about what the judge is no, because you didn't want to pay your child support. And then it came out that, and I'm going to make sure because we talked about it on Wiley, www.wileythetroll.com. Give me 1 second because I want to read it here on our website. So we do want to thank the writers that contribute to this. So give me 1 quick second. Let me scroll down here. And they said Tyrese ordered to pay ex-wife $636,000. And if you break it up, they're saying that he have to pay $636,000 in child support and legal fees to his ex-wife. Tyrese said ex-wife Samantha originally paid $7,500 only to retain her lawyer over 2 years ago. And although she makes about $15,000 a month, and almost $150,000 a year, she ended up with 2 different law firms, racked up legal fees almost $500,000, and they never asked her for another dime because they were banking on the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. After my attorney asked their attorney why you was representing Samantha for free for over 2 years, she can clearly afford to pay her own legal fees. They both said we really like her, and people like me too, but not enough to carry over 2 years of legal fees without paying legal fees and make them wait over 2 years to be paid. The family law court said it really effing sucks. It's all process. We will appeal. So you have to pay it. But you made the mistakes. And then also Tyrese battled with mental illness. And instead of him getting the treatment and taking the medication, he don't do it. And so he made a mistake. I'm gonna say he made a decision because when you say a mistake, then the child ain't a mistake. You show it is an issue because you had this baby. You know that as a man with money, that they're going to take you to child support. Amen. I have to think like that. If you are being reckless with your sashes with money, they're going to take you to court and take you and hit you in your pockets. And for you, Tyrese, to come to us, the public, and say, well, I need you all to get Ben Crump, a man that is advocating for black people that are losing their lives by the hands of the cops, injustice. You're trying to paint it at oh, this is injustice. Oh my gosh, they don't know, brother. You black. You slept with a black woman and you didn't want to pay child support. You tried to ignore it. Just because she's no longer with you, you tried to say, I ain't doing it. And she took your hind part to court. Then you didn't want to cooperate. Then you had to go there and the judge had to put you in contempt because you're refusing to pay. That's you. That is your decision. You made that decision and you have to live with it. See, I was so glad and I had common sense to understand that if you sleep with a woman unprotectedly, it's a strong possibility that she can get pregnant. That was one of the reasons why I just dealt with men, because I knew a long time ago, when you go inside of a man, that man ain't gonna get pregnant. All right. But I understand the things that I do with men. If I do that same thing with a woman without wearing a condom, not only is other STI and things, yes, that exists, but she can get pregnant. It is what it is. I remember we just recently just got in with one of my female friends, and back in February, and she said she did not have her menstrual cycle. And she didn't tell me. She said, oh, I think I'm pregnant by Wiley. I said, oh. And I thought about it every day. And then she called me about a couple of weeks ago and she said, hey, I'm not pregnant. I have my menstrual cycle. But I was worried, but I wasn't to the fact of, oh, even she is, it ain't mine. I ain't paying nothing. Bro. No, I knew I would have to take care of my responsibility because I remember the day that I bought the condoms and I didn't use it. So I ain't gonna be shocked. Now I ain't stupid. We going to take a DNA test because I don't know who else you've been doing with, just as a precaution to make sure before I take on this long lifetime situation. I want to make sure that that person is a Wiley Jr. Amen. Okay. So, but I'm going to take care of my responsibility. Now, when it comes to Tyrese, he didn't want to take care of his responsibility. Yes, you're a great actor. Yes, you're a great singer. Yes, you're this and that. But you didn't want to take care of your responsibility. You didn't want to pay the money that you pay. When you go to child support, you know when you make all this money, they're going to get your child support going to be different than my child support because of your income base. You are in a total 1% income base. So, of course, your child support, because how the laws are written, they feel as though that child should get that same lifestyle because the father is in the 1%. All right? So it is what it is. That child, they can argue in the courts that child is used to a certain lifestyle. And so the court's going to make sure that according to your income, that child will be able to get that amount. And then when you don't want to pay and you're not paying, then you got to pay back pay and all of these things. So that's just how it goes. And instead of you saying, okay, let's work out an agreement, let's go in a mediation, let's work out an agreement, then you won't have to pay all her legal fees. But she did it because you didn't want to comply. You didn't want to do nothing. So that's why she had to get a lawyer and fight it. You should have listened, but you didn't. Yes, you're a good actor. Yes, you're a good singer. But as a man, your character is pathetic. Your character is sad. You are one of those type of people that you're not a man. You're still a boy. You're still playing these boyish games. And I thought Baby Boy was a character, but you're acting like Baby Boy. You need to understand that you're no longer a boy. You're no longer a child. You're a grown man. And when you make these grown man decisions, you must deal with the consequences or the repercussions of the decisions you make as a grown man. All right? So if you didn't want to deal with this, then you should have wrapped up your sausages. You should have put on a condom. You should have told her to take plan B or plan C or whatever else they got out there. You didn't do it. And so now you got to deal with the consequences. And coming to us, that is a disservice to paint this narrative that you a victim. Sir, you're not a victim. Who's the victim? The child is the victim because you are doing this, and that child gonna have to grow up one day to understand that daddy did not want to pay and to help mama take care of me. So you're not a victim. The only victim in this is the child. And she or her, or I don't know, the child, I'm gonna say that, is gonna have to grow up to know daddy did not want to be there for me financially because he mad at mama. And I've dealt with females that the man don't want to do and they mad at mama, but they'll take it out on the child. Then let's flip it. I have a brother, he got in a new relationship and his baby mama said, you can't see your daughter because she in her feelings because he dumped her and got a new woman. And now she said, we can't see the child no more. Oh, we can't see my niece. Oh, she can't do this no more because you in your feelings because he moved on with another woman. So now you want to hurt him by keeping her, but you ain't hurting him. Who you really hurting is the child. That's who you really hurt. And I told my brother, I said, flat out, I said, you need to go to court and get shared custody because what she's doing is evil. Do it now and fight for your daughter. And you got my financial support and my resources intertwined with your resources, and we will be there to support you as a family. So you go there and you fight for your daughter because just going to social media, that ain't going to happen. You got to go in front of that judge and you fight for your daughter to get some type of shared custody. All right? You do that. And I love my brother. All right? He made some mistakes. Yes. Oh, yes, he made some mistakes. I love him. But he loved his daughter. And we as the family, we love our niece. We love her. She's an amazing dancer. She loves TikTok. She's you know what I'm saying, and we love her. We love her, and I've met her about a couple of months ago for last year Thanksgiving. We wanted to see her again. She got on her feelings because I wanted to take my nieces out to want to take them out to to a nice restaurant. Take her, and she can't do that. She's not allowed to come over there no more. And she hung up the phone. I was like, "Excuse me, who is this?" I'm gonna have to catch myself. I'm like, "Who is this? Who is this?" I'm like, "Why is she that way?" And then once I was able to do my research and able to talk to people and able to talk to my brother and other people around, and then when I saw them pictures with his new girl on Facebook, I said, "That's why she mad." Because everything was fine when he was single, when they were still messing around, but now he don't want to mess around with her no more. He loved his new woman, and she in her feelings. And when she saw that birthday of them going out to the birthday event, and that was the day she stopped bringing her over. And I was like, "Child, this is too much. You're playing with the child." So, and then now, I told my brother, I said, you have to fight for your daughter. You have to, and sometimes you have to get the courts involved. Absolutely. So I saw that. And so when I look at Tyrese, I'm like, "Child, you pathetic. You are a pathetic man." And if I ever had a conversation with you, brother, the first thing I'm gonna tell you, get you some medication, go to counseling and therapy, and take care of your responsibility. Now, you was very vocal in helping DJ Envy and his wife so they could reconcile. You did right with that, but in your personal life, you live in a raggedy life. So hopefully DJ Envy return the favor. DJ Envy, call him and say, "Brother, you need to take care of your responsibility." So hopefully DJ Envy return the favor and say, "Brother, I don't know, because I ain't in their business like that. I don't know." But I hopefully that he called Tyrese and check on his brother and tell him, "Brother, are you good mentally? So, brother, take care of your responsibility. Take care of your responsibility. Don't be out there having children you don't want to take care of." I tell my brothers this all the time. I have a brother that's in jail about to get out. And I tell him all the time, I say, "Brother," he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, Marquise." I said, "You still want to be a drug dealer?" He said, "Yeah." But I said, "You're not a good one." He said, "What do you mean by that?" "You always getting caught, so you need to retire. You're not a good one." And he started laughing. "You so crazy. Why?" He don't call me why. None of them call me why. They call me Marquise. "You so crazy, Marquise." I said, "You're not a good drug dealer, because you always getting caught." And I said, "I want to break this down to you." I said, "It's affecting your children. You have 6 kids. You're 31 years old. 6. You're 31. 6 children. And your decisions you making as a father, it is affecting your children. You have 6. You have a family. So you doing what you doing, it's affecting you. Hello? Hold on. Chat. Hello? Oh yeah, I'm live right now. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I'm live. I'm gonna call you right back. Everybody call when I'm live. You got 6. So my nephew was over there because they can't control him. And so I was able to observe, and I was there for about a couple of weeks. So me and my nephew, then I went to go get him a haircut. And he was just as fine. Nothing was wrong. Nothing like of course he stole my headphones and we had a good conversation. He apologized. And I told my nephew, and I looked at him, I said, "You don't have to you don't have to steal. And if I can afford it, I will give it to you. But always ask. You a boy. So if you ever need something, call your uncle and you ask for it, but don't steal it. Because if you pick up that behavior, you're going to always end up in jail. Or better yet, in the graveyard. So if you ever need something, ask. Don't steal. So I saw him. We had a good relationship. And my nephew, he asked me, he said, Uncle, I would love to stay with you. And I said, I don't think they will allow that. And he was telling me some things, and I was looking at, and I understood why he was acting out the way he was acting out. He got tired of his father going to and from jail. And I said, it's not right. Like, parents, y'all have to understand that what decisions you make, it don't only affect you. I'm speaking to you, the criminal parents that love to go to jail, mama and daddy. Okay, I'm speaking to y'all. When you get arrested and get locked up, that decision don't only affect you; it affects the children as well. And it ain't right. Then now, when my brother got locked up, she needed our help. The baby mama. Me and her had a great relationship. I'll give her great advice. One of the advice I gave, I said, I think you need to. I said, I don't think you need to stop having children right now because he ain't no good. He ain't gonna marry you. You gave him everything. It ain't gonna happen. He came to him from jail. You need to focus on life. Go to school. Get your degree because it ain't. She didn't listen. She was at 3 kids then. Now she got 6. So now you need help. So now all the family, we got to intervene and help. Then you got to be a burden to mama, to my mama. And she couldn't do it. And I said to my mother, I said, Mama, she said, yeah. I said, you're doing too much. You can't do all this. Too much on your plate. I said, if you don't stop, you ain't going to be here too much longer. You're trying to take care of your mama. You taking care of your man. You take care of my sister and her kids. Then you bringing another person here. It's too much on your plate. It's affecting your health. You drinking a lot. If you don't stop, you ain't gonna be here too much longer. And when that happened, everything that you try to help they gonna have to find their own way to do it. You need to stop. You see your mother? She said, yes. You see her, all the work that she did, all the hours she spent at church, all the people that she spent her money on and helped and spent hours upon hours. Was it worth it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't worth it because she put everybody first and put herself last. It was not worth it. It wasn't worth it. So you got to understand and push people back because people will they will use you up. I say you got to create these boundaries because you taking on too much on your plate. And I said, first of all, I ain't gonna try to get in your business, but I'm gonna get in it because I'm your oldest son. And I won't be right if I can't say this. I said, you taking care of a man. Yeah, he gonna get it right. I said, y'all been together for over 15 years. That ain't your husband. You still married to your first husband. Y'all been together for about 15 years. Probably a little longer than that. Because y'all been messing around. That I known that you've been together. What have he done to help you? Nothing. The house is in your name that you got. Car in your name that you got. He don't have a car. He don't have a license. He go to work when he feel like it. Then he stop. You take it on too much. You take it on too much. And that's why you depressed. That's why you tired. It's too much. I call mother. And I'm just calling, I gotta call her. I gotta call mama. Thank you, Tyree. We done with that. Get him off the screen. Okay. Call mama. Hello. I'm so I am about to call you back. I'm trying to take a nap. I said, I love you, mom. She said, I love you too. Get off the phone. So I called her back maybe 3 hours, 4 hours later. I said, Mama, did you ever get a nap? No, I couldn't get no nap. Had to do my grandkid, had to pick them up from school, had to go pick up him from work. All that on her. They just using her up. Tired. Then got to take care of mama. She's a full time, all that. And I said, Mama, I said, you can't focus on doing your real estate because you take it on too much. I'm going to stop. I said, when you going to stop? When you in the hospital room hooked up to tubes, that's when you going to stop. When? Because you take it on too much. And we got off the phone. And I lived my stress-free life. No kids, no baby mama drama, none of that. Understand what I'm saying? So when I saw that with my mother, I said, you take it on too much. And I said, Mama, if you don't stop. I told that to my grandmother. I said, Grandmother, she was still walking, talking, living on her own. I said, you're doing too much. People using you. It's going to affect your health. Oh, Marquis, if it was up to you, you won't do nothing. What about the kids? I said, what about the kids? If your health failed, you can't do nothing. I think you need to stop. Marquis, I don't do what you want to do. I got to do this. I said, no, you don't. You ain't got to do nothing but serve the Lord, live stress-free. All that is going to hurt you in the end. That was years ago we had that conversation. Now here. You can't walk. You're in a wheelchair. People that you help ain't helping you like all that work you put in. They ain't matching what you did. All the giving you did to a church. Where did the results come back? Now, you sickly, depressed, sad. And my grandmother said something. We were helping her get in her bed. They needed to get a sit-to-stand because she no longer could walk by herself like on a walker. She needed a sit-to-stand. And it was hurting my mother back. And I said, Mama, she said, yes, son. I said, you need a sit-to-stand because she's degrading in her health. She need a sit-to-stand. Because she still can stand up. She just need a little assistance. She didn't know what a sit-to-stand was. I don't know what that is. It was a battle for my uncle to buy it. We just gonna work on the insurance again. I said, you ain't got time for the insurance again. That's a process. I said, go on her bank account and get it. I said, if you don't go get it, I'm gonna get involved. I'm gonna file a motion for financial abuse. I'm gonna get the courts involved. I said, if she don't have it, I will go to the courts and say this is financial abuse. If she don't have that sit-to-stand, I will go and get it. And I would say she need a conservatorship because people that's over her money is misusing it. And they know I would do it. So later on the next day, they ordered the sit-to-stand. Then I said, I'm on my way to Chicago to help y'all use it. I came there, helped my mother use it, helped my grandmother. And my grandmother said something. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, I can't do this. She was so sad. All the things and I looked at her and all the conversations that we would have, and I was telling her, you know, you need to put money to the side. You're getting older now. She didn't do it. And then she put people over her money, my uncle, that ain't really that great to do it. And the sad part about it, when I looked at my grandma, she still want to give to the church. She still want to give to her son for his appreciation. I said to myself, because I know my grandma ain't gonna want to hear this. I said, appreciation. You are no longer in a position to give to nobody. You are in a life at an age now, you need these people to give into you. You gave to these people for years. You're no longer in a position now. You're living up on my mama and she can't afford to do it. Bills is through the roof. And I said to myself, I said, this ain't right. And so my sister, she said, oh, I wonder what do Marquise got to say. Everybody want to know what I got to, because I'm just as quiet. I ain't blasting nobody on Facebook. So I said, I got a whole lot to say. But I ain't going to say it. Out of respect of my grandmother. I ain't going to say what I really want to say. I'm going to keep it to myself. And I said, if I do share, I'm going to share it on my show. But I won't blast these people on social media like I did in the past because I'm educated. And I saw my grandmother, how sad she was. And I started showing up on purpose. And once I started showing up, they start showing up. Just to spy on me to see what I'm doing. And I said, I'm going to show up. Because if I show up and I did something for my grandmother for her birthday, we did a video. We bought the birthday cake, ice cream. We did a video. We put it all on social media. I say I'm gonna be more vocal in showing up because my uncle, he's going to get the church people involved because he just don't want Marquise doing it all because he know he's here for a reason. So the church people didn't come to the birthday event. Let me tell you how low down this was. He didn't come to the birthday event for his mother. Mother that helped him when he was on drugs. Oh, yes, we telling it today, Brother Paul. When he was on drugs, she was there helping him before he was a bishop. So we put the video for my grandma for her birthday. My uncle go on social media. He posts a birthday cake at his house. And I said, this is quite strange. Why would you post a birthday cake and don't bring it to your mama to eat on her birthday? Why is it at your house and your mama ain't there? She over here. And I told my sister, I said, he don't want to come because it's guilt. He don't want to face me because everything I said about him have came to pass. I said, I think that, and I told my mother, we were driving. I said, y'all, I'm not saying y'all, I meant to say he act like, and her other son act like, and daughter, the rest of her kids. I said, y'all are treating y'all mama like she was a crackhead. He said, she's your wife. I said, the way y'all treat it ain't no y'all. I said, the way they treat her is like she was on crack. Y'all treated her like she was a deadbeat mom. Go there when you feel like it. But when they was in need, my mama, Bishop, my other uncle, when he was on drugs, when the drug dealers looking for him, when grandma had to pay for it to get the drug dealers off his back, she was there. When you didn't have no business, when you were broke, she allowed you to stay with her for free, rent free. You and your kids rent free. And now she need your help. And you ain't hardly helping. I have have a friend. Everything that I said in 2016, when before she had a stroke, what I was advocating for and fighting for, now the bottom have fell out. And now I see it. Everything that I said, now we are seeing the results in real time. And I go and visit. And every time I go visit, my heart is broken. Because people are using mama. And I said, Mama, what happened to your refrigerator? What happened to your wash machine and dryer? She can't afford to work full time anymore because she got to take care of mama. And I said this to my mother. Now you're going to get the business part of Brother Wiley. Someone let me sit down and talk to you. I said, if she go to a nursing home, everything she got is going to them. And maybe she will get $30 out of her income. She said, you're right. I said, when her son sold her house and put it in the bank account, did you get 60 to 70% of that? She said, no. You are suffering financially because you're taking on a burning 24/7 hour care, and just giving $200-300 a month is not enough. You only working 4 hours getting paid by the state. That's not enough because you're taking care of her 24/7 and it's affecting you financially. I said, you need to put your foot there. I said, Mama, I know how to get it together. We get the courts involved. Oh, I don't want to do that. I can't do that. She ain't gonna like that. I said, okay. I said, it said, you're not hardly getting anything help, but just 4 hours a day from home health care. That ain't enough. I said, it's not enough to help you. Not enough. And now you got to go with it and you stress and hurt. But you got to do it because that's your mama. But I said, you need to take mama out of it and look at this like a business. You got to understand that if you don't put your foot down and create a standard, you ain't going to be able to do it anymore. And if that day come that you can no longer take care of mama, do you know where she's going to go? Yes, she's going to a nursing home. I said, And you may need to think on this very hard. If he's not willing, and I'm saying if Bishop that's over the money is not giving you 100% of her income to deal with her daily expenses, you may have to make that decision to put your mother in a nursing home. You may not want to do it, but it's affecting your health, your mental health, and your finances. And if you go to the hospital and be there for months, your mama will be in a nursing home. And all the money uncle stacking up will go to that nursing home. I said it's mistreatment there. And it ain't right. And these people supposed to be church folks, Holy Ghost filled, fire baptized, speaking in an unknown tongue. I don't care nothing about that because that's good to speak in tongues. Say you got the Holy Ghost. But let me look at how you treat your mama. Let me see how you treat your brothers and sisters. And when I look at your character, it ain't matching up to what you claim that you are. You can't say you love the Lord and treating your mama like she's trash. You see, if you don't see it, something wrong. You can see everybody else's business. But you see that she's going through and you hardly going to visit like you supposed to. And it ain't right. It's wrong. And I'm going to tell everybody, it ain't right. You got a mama that need help. My mama need help. She take care of somebody 24/7. My grandmother need 24/7 help. Mama can't hardly sleep because in the middle of the night, she need to be turned. She need to be medicine. She need to be changed. She need to be fed 3 times a day. She need to get the medication. You need to talk to the doctor and all that. And you ain't really getting no money for it. And it's just, it's in her bank account. For what? Sitting there for who? It don't need to be in the bank account. She got daily expensive light bill through the roof, gas bill through, water through the roof, because you're taking care of somebody all day. Lights got to stay on. She don't like her lights on. TV got to stay on 24/7. You got to wash clothes 3 times a day. You got to feed her 3 times a day. And just sitting $200-$300 a month ain't enough. And we tried to get more home health care. They said in so many words, if she need 24 hours home health care, then she needs to be in a nursing home. They refuse. They say if she need that, she need to go to a nursing home. If she need 24/7, she need to be in a nursing home. And she need it. 24 around-the-clock care. And so I got a front row seat to it. And these people, they go to church. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Glory to God. Speaking in all that unknown tongue. Please. I look at how you treat your people. Everybody can be saved and put on a nice suit and put on a nice church hat and speak in all these unknown tongues. But when you leave the pulpit, when you leave the sanctuary, that's when the real work starts. How you treating people Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's how I judge you and say, okay, not only you preach it, but you're practicing what you preach. And if you preaching that you're righteous, then you must be righteous every day. You can't be in there pretending, saying that you saved, and then you got a mama, you really getting money to help her. That ain't right. And then tell me to keep silent. And then y'all look at the Wiley Show. Yes, I'm talking about you. Go tell Bishop Cardi, you're wrong. And thank God that I'm just talking about it on YouTube. Because I could easily get a court order. Just like I could just easily get a court hearing. But, because my mama begged me not to do it. And I said, Mama, okay, I won't do it. But they ain't going to stop me doing it on YouTube, talking about it. I'm going to tell it. Because it's wrong. It's wrong. So if you don't want to hear this, then do right. When y'all wanted to push Brother Wiley out, y'all came together collectively. Now it's time to put in the work. You ain't hardly doing it. And Wiley got to create and call y'all to y'all shape for y'all to do it. And then once Wiley gone, then y'all go right back not doing it. Don't try to do right when I show up. I showed up for my grandmother. I was at the house. One of the members of the church came there and asked me, when are you going back home? And I wanted to tell her, that ain't none of your damn business when I'm going back home. Don't worry about when I'm going back home. Why? That ain't none of your business when I'm going back home. Because you should be here 24/7, because when grandma had to go to work and work with you, she was there for hours upon hours to help you raise your grandkids. She didn't have to do that and rarely got paid to do it. She stayed there upon all day. My grandmother left in the morning all day, come to get a shower, got to go to church, and then sleeping in church because she was tired. That's how hard my grandmother worked, helping other folks. And now she needs to help. They rarely there. They show up once a week for a little hour. But grandma, when she was well, gave hours upon hours every day helping other people. And I learned from that situation. I said, Brother Wiley, never do that in your life. Never put everybody first and put you last. You serve God, you put God first, you put yourself first, and if you got time, you help. You take care of your responsibility, but don't be taking on other people's responsibility. And if they're not giving you nothing in return, that is not the God that I serve. He don't want his people to be burdened, and then when they go to church, you sleep because you didn't put all this helping everybody else out. Now that affected your health. And them same people you helped barely come and help you. Barely. You went to church every Tuesday, every Wednesday, every Friday, all day Sunday, every second Saturday, cooking in the church, going grocery shopping. And your son come every once in a while. But let me break this down. He got a wife. Oh, yes, Sister Cartwright. Her mother is elderly. Guess where her mother stay? There with them. She stayed right there. And I asked somebody, I said, well, why don't my grandmother stay with the pastor? Her pastor, her oldest son that's over all her money. He said, I don't have room for her. Liar, yes, you do got room. You don't want to do it. You got plenty space for her. But you don't want to do it. You can lie to them church lady that's single and don't have no husband. Most of them in that church single. But you can't lie to Brother Wiley. You do got room. If you want to do it, you will make room for your mother. But you don't want to do it. Then you put the burden on your sister. And she wanted to take care of mama. Oh, I want to take care of my mama. And now she is affecting her because it's too much. And so I even had to check myself because I used to be hard on people when they put their loved ones in the nursing home. Yes. Don't put your loved one there. Now, it depends on the situation. Because if you're not in no financial situation to do it, it's a lot of money to take care of somebody that is sickly, when they're on an oxygen tank, or when when you have to change them, and you at 24/7 care, and you barely getting paid because the state is not going to give you 24 hours. They're not going to give you $20,000, $30,000 a month to take care of your elderly. That don't exist. As the current state of this government, they're not going to pay you like that. It's sad because the laws need to change. If you decide to be elderly, stay in your home, the same amount of money that the government gives to a nursing home, they should give it to you if you choose to stay in your house. Like they say, school choice, it needs to be choice as the elderly where they want to stay. They should not be forced to be in a nurse. If they decide to stay in their home, the same money that they get in them nursing homes should be the same amount of money they should get to stay in their home. I'm talking right. It shouldn't be that I have to leave the house that I know for 40 years to be in some place with strangers, and I get government assistance, but I can't get the same government assistance to stay in my home. That ain't right. We treat our elderly people in this country like trash because it's backwards. If you can go to nurse home and get all that services, then all of that should be in the house, meaning all the money you get from these nurses, go to nurse home, you should get that same amount to stay in your house. And so you can afford for your own CNA to come 24 for different shifts, 6 to 2, 2 to 10, 10 to 6, to have a nurse that will come throughout the day the same way. That should be the policy. Because that will help a person like my mother and so many other people that are taking care of their elderly parents. A lot of them couldn't do it because physically they can't do it because they have children. I understand it's easy to say it, but it's difficult when you got children to take care of. It's difficult when you got your grandchildren there. It's difficult when you got to do so. That's a lot of stress. It's a lot on my mother. I see it. And I'm going to probably get a phone call that she's hospitalized because she can't do it. I see the end result. You can see this though. I've worked in healthcare. Like, you don't have to be no rocket science. I know if you keep putting all this energy out and not getting nothing return, you're gonna break. It ain't right. Seeing my mother being mistreated and used. And I said, Mama, you got to put your foot down. You got to put your foot down. Because if you don't put it down, it's going to affect you. And I look at my uncle and I call his name Bishop Cartwright. He tried to get a YouTube channel. No clicks and views. The ministry can't get off the ground because it's based on lies, cover-ups, and the way you treat your mama. You think God gonna bless your ministry and give you hundreds of thousands of members? No, because you ain't even treating your mama right. That's why you only got 10 people in the church. 10 on a good Sunday, 10 people. That's why when you sit in that pulpit, you're the only one. So if you get sick, you don't have a minister or an executive or an assistant to help. They all left. And the only minister you had, you kicked out the person's wife, and now he on the drums. So if you have a medical crisis, who can you call to preach on that Sunday? Because you said that you don't believe in women pastors, so that's out. So you don't believe in women ministers, so that's out. You're the only one there with 10 people. And it's less than 10. I'm going to just be good. I'm going to just say 10 people. 10. It used to be 40 and 50. It used to be a pack. It used to be way packer than that in the 90s, in the early 2000s when my mother was in true church. It used to be way more families in the church, but they all fled because of mess, because of cover-up, backbiting, and the pastor will tell all your business over the church. And they left. And I didn't understand because I was young. And I said, oh, pastor be preaching good. I said, why we ain't got no members? And once I've gotten older and I start looking at my uncle as a man and not like a pastor, I said, he got a lot of toxic ways. He backbite. He gossip about other members to teenagers like he did with me. And now I took all that information he told me and I told it all. And he don't like it. He don't want to talk to me. When I'm there helping his mother for the birthday, don't want to show up. When I'm there visiting for 2 weeks, he don't even show up before that. He show up every once in a while. Don't want to show his face because that's guilt. Because if you did right, this won't be a conversation. You did do right. You didn't do right. Yes, you can preach and I know the Lord, he heard my cry. Yeah, you can hoo-ha all that. That's good. But when you leave the pulpit, how you treating your mama? You treating her like 2-week-old trash. You ain't treating her right. And then you try to tell mama, tell Marquise not to say that on YouTube. She can't tell me nothing. And she don't do it. You can't tell me not to stop telling my artists how you mistreating her with the finances. No, I'm telling everybody. Tell him to stop. He no longer a member. So, but that's my grandmother and you my uncle. So whether I'm in the church or not, I can tell you how you mistreating her. You can tell my mama all the time, she ain't gonna never utter her lips to tell me what not to do. Cause like I had to tell her, I'm a grown man. You gonna do what you gonna do, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. See, when you grown, when you pay your bills, when you got bills in your name, when you are mature, ain't living up on nobody and paying and working, you can't tell a grown man what to do and what to say. You don't own this. You own and operate True Church with 10 members. 10. You have one brother in the church. He left. Brother Victor gone. He had crutches. Brother Victor was on crutches. Very faithful member. He left the church. I wanted to know why he left. So somebody said he left because your uncle said, ask him, is he gay? And I said, why is he so obsessed with people being gay? That ain't the issue here. Why you keep asking people, is they gay? Brother Victor got offended, hurt, and left. Left Chicago, moved to Houston, packed up his crutches, threw out the church pictures and church documentation of True Church, left. Told his niece, my cousin Keosha, he don't call her Keosha, he call her Losha, I'm ready to move. He left, fled. Because of backbiting, and left. And they didn't want me to know. But somebody gonna tell Brother Wiley, where you go? Because I'm watching the video, I don't see him standing there. It's 10 people. I don't hear him saying amen. I said, where Brother Victor? Where he at? Oh yeah, he left. Left. And why he left? Well, your uncle said something about him being gay, got offended. But then my mind went back. And I said, well, that could be the case. But I remember when Brother Victor would go to family reunion, they would have it on the weekend. And Bishop Cartwright would get offended. He would say, why are you going to your family? They ain't saved. You need to be in church. And Brother Victor would be so hurt because he wanted to spend time with his family. And he would say, you need to go, you need to be here at True Church. You don't need to be around your family like that on a Sunday. That's the Lord's day. And so he would go there and say, well, Bishop said I can't come. Go there, Brother Victor will be hurt. Brother Victor was on a fixed income, get Social Security. He get a limited income. He will feel bad because he couldn't give an offering like that. Giving $30 on a Friday, that's 30, 60, 90, $120. He don't have it like that. He wanted every member to give $100 every Sunday. That's $400 every Sunday, plus 102. That's his Social Security check. So they would make Brother Victor feel bad because he couldn't give. He would cry. And one day, my grandmother picked Brother Victor. Oh, yes, we telling it. This is why they can't stand Brother Wiley. We picked him up from his building. And Brother Victor said something in the car. He said, Mother Crusoe, I don't want to go to church. And she said, why, Brother Victor? We said, why? Because I don't have no money. And my grandmother told him, you don't have to come to church. Don't worry about you having no money. And I said, Brother Victor, you ain't got to do that. If you ain't got no money, come. He even said so many words that make him feel bad because he couldn't give. So he was hurt. And I'm a teenager, I'm here and there. I said, that ain't right. I'm going to come there. He'd be so sad. His family talked about him bad. You pathetic going to church. Talked about him bad. He was hurt. On his crutches, hurt. Just hurt, broken. This is years of me saying this. And then one day he got tired and he left. He fled Chicago and left and moved to Houston. And they say everything on Facebook. So people were sending me the stuff. And I saw it. I said, whoo, I ain't surprised. So I was telling my mother, I said, well, that ain't the only case. I remember Brother Victor when they made him feel bad about visiting them. Even though they talked about Brother Victor and said that he was stupid and his family, Sister Glennis and Ronnie talked about him so bad. But they didn't understand when he had to go to church and how my uncle told him not to go visit family. And this is why they thought we were crazy. Because they said, one of them, Glenn, they came to my mother and said, Marquise is weird. And she said, why? He never come to family events. Every time we have something, he don't come. He never come to. It's Bishop Cartwright. Bishop. Always about his pastor. Bishop. We his family never come. I said, because my uncle, Bishop, said, you follow me. You don't see me at them church events. You see me at church. So follow me. So I followed my bishop. At that time, I'm a teenager. Right? I wasn't no grown man. I'm a teenager. And I had a lot of responsibility because, like I said, the church never had a lot of members, never had a lot of men. It was about 2 or 3 men. So my uncle, all people that was there, they left. And so my uncle didn't even have nobody really to lock up the church like that, to put the money away. My uncle, Bishop Cartwright, trusted me so, we telling it, I don't care, we here for 6 hours. He was working, he was a janitor at Cook County Hospital. He was a janitor, cleaning floors and throwing out trash. So he had to work because the church couldn't afford to put him on salary. It wasn't enough church members to do that. Most of them didn't have regular job, credit bad. Most of them were caregivers. They had no money like that. So he had to work at Cook County, and he had a family, 3 children and a wife. So he asked, he said, Marquise, can you put the church money away and lock it up in my office? I'm going to give you the keys. He entrusted me with everything. I was a teenager. And so Bishop called. He was at work. He called my grandmother. This is how my grandmother is. God bless her heart. Hello? This is how she, to this day, she answered like that. Hello? Hi, Bishop. What now? You want to speak to Marquis? Marquis? I said, yeah, Grandma. Bishop on the phone, but come there, get on there. God bless you, Bishop. Yes. Yeah, Marquis, brother, did you lock it up? I said, Bishop, I locked it up, Bishop. I put the alarm on, Bishop. I made sure the sisters got in the car, Bishop. I made everything is good. Everything is fine, Bishop. Everything is locked up. I said, good job, brother. I said, good job. Have a good one. And then Bishop, he didn't really have no money. He had to take it. So he would call me early in the morning. Brother Marquis, yes, Bishop. I need you to get out. We got to do stuff for the church. I'm kind of trying. Don't worry about that sleep. Don't worry about all that sleeping. You young. You don't worry about that. Get in that shower to wash your face. Well, I said, okay, Bishop. All right, Bishop. I got to get in the shower, wash my face, get in there, eat a little breakfast. Got to take care of church business. Clean the church. I didn't mind doing it because it kept me out of the street. I was booked. I couldn't think about the gang members. Everybody else, the gangs, family, different one. I had to go and get picked up, get in that van. We would do church business. But we would get into church business. He would gossip about church stuff, and I would hear. Oh, that's my. I never looked at him as an uncle. That was my pastor. I never called him an uncle until I became an adult. It was always Bishop. We would work in the church, get instruments and hooking up the microphones. And when church work would get done, I would be in there meeting the contractors. And when he able to get a little nap in his office, I would be in there talking and making sure they doing their job and doing all this stuff. And then I would go home and go, he would leave and I would go home and I would lock the church up and I would go take a shower, I'd get on the green line, go take a shower, then come right back to church for choir rehearsal because I was directing the choir. One particular time they allowed, with some funeral we were at, they allowed the children and everybody, and somehow I was directed and I was just stuck as a director. And then I had to direct the choir, deal with them the people being upset. They didn't want to listen to no teenager, and I was directed. I had to deal with all that. And then boom, do it all, then go to school, get up early in the morning, then leave school, got to handle church business, So I was very active in church. So I understood the business of church because I was there, I was a part of it, had a front row seat. So my uncle, he allowed me to conduct the service. Not only do youth day, because I used to know how to conduct that service, like praise and worship, baby. I was good. I'd bring it down. They would be shouting, I'd be shouting, I'd be telling my church. And then one day, Sister Williams got upset. Oh, yeah, we telling it. The same woman that asked me when I'm going home. We had a church meeting, and she raised her hand. She had a bald spot. She was on crack. This is true. This, according to her testimony, a crackhead. She was on. That's the same daughter that died from OD. She had a bald spot, and she's toothless, right? Don't have no teeth. So she raised her hand. Bishop, she said, yes, Sister Williams, I have a question. Do the children just conduct services on youth day or every Sunday? Well, just on you. She asked that question because she was mad because I was conducting the service. We took her spot, and we did better than her. And she asked a question. Throwing out on a teenager. This is why people don't like church like that. I sat there. My grandmother heard that, and she was talking to the first lady. And I hear everything when my grandma would gossip because I'm there. My grandma would try to close the door, but I could hear everything because ain't no TV on, nothing. I could hear the whole entire conversation. Yeah, I heard that. Did you hear when Sister Williams asked that question? She throwing out her market. She shouldn't have did that. Blah, 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 blah. She's just being that gossiping. And so I heard that. I said to myself, I'm saying it now. You should have went to her and asked her, why would you ask a question like that? Why would you do that? That's wrong. But anyway, heard that. And the church director, conductor. Then one day, oh, we want you just conduct on youth day. So, doing my job, I was tired. I wanted to join the debate team. I was on the debate team, but Bishop, God don't like that debating. So what you mean by that, sir? I don't know, Marquis. I don't think you should be doing that, but you need to be in church. I said, yes, sir, Bishop, but I'm good at debate. I love my debate team, Mr. Evans. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that debate stuff. You get in church. Jesus. I said, Jesus, but Bishop, I love the debate. I love debate. Please. And he left me alone. I was able to, because I love debate. I love doing it. I was in debate. I was on the debate team. We had to go there Saturday. One time we were debating at night at different high schools and stuff. I loved it. I didn't want to leave that. I love school because I was a teenager. I went to church Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, all day, Sunday. And let me break that down. We didn't have no church when we get out at 1:00. Not like some of y'all. We was at church. Let me break the schedule down. Let's get to the schedule. Let's talk. Let's do Tuesday. My day Tuesday will start me cleaning the church. Choir rehearsal start from 6:45 to 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Bible study will be 8 p.m. till my uncle get tired of talking. So it could be 8 to 10, 8 to 11:30, 8 to midnight, 8 to 12:30. And mind you, we got to go to school at 7:30. So we don't get into the house until like 1:32. I was showering and all that and there, read my word, sleep. And by the time I get up, by the time I sleep real good, all right, kid, yeah, time for school. Gotta get up, school. Gotta get up. And I went to a military school, so it wasn't no 8 o'clock, 8:30. We got to be there at 7:30. Gotta have a uniform. I put my uniform on. Gotta get that. If my grandma feel like taking me, she cooked me. Yes, she did. She cooked me some breakfast, and sometimes she would take it. Then sometimes I would take the green line. I preferably take the green line because I ain't like driving with my grandmother because they used to talk. Oh, he with his grandma. He can't take public transit. So I would say, Grandma, I gotta take public transit. I don't like to take him to school. You get up in age now. I just tell her that because she had that little bitty car. My knees to the thing. I'm big, and I said no. So she would give me car fare. She called it car fare. So I would get on the green line from 63rd Ash to the 35th, walk down to Chicago Military Academy, have on my uniform. Every time, people in the hood, they just ghetto. You going to Iraq. You going to Afghanistan. They just think just because you got one uniform that we going to Iraq. Stupid. So I get there. We had to be there early at 7:30. And I appreciated school. You know what I mean? I loved it. I wasn't the best student. Because I had a lot on my plate. Church was the first top priority. Church. That was my life. So, one day, I was really into my word. Reading the word every day. In the middle of the night, I love my uncle so. I would study my uncle. I said he would read his word, and my uncle would have index cards. He would write on the index card, so I bought me some index cards. He said I'd be in the restaurant for hours reading the word, and then it was just a hunger of the word. I would be in there for hours reading the God's word, praying every day, going in the restroom reading God's word, reading word. And so I thought that God called me to preach. It was on me heavy. So I called my friend Sharman Blake Marlin, the one that touched my chucha. He touched her. I didn't know that did, but he was my friend. He was my friend. I didn't know he was violating my sister, so I called him first. I said, Sharman, God, I believe God called me to preach. He said, really? I said, that's good. I said, yes, sir. Really believe that. So I called my uncle. Don't think God called you to preach. No, you keep doing that, and then maybe one day, God, it was a discouragement. My heart was broken. I was hurt. Because as I look like it then, I was about 18 years old. What he should have said, okay, well, I want you to follow me and keep reading that word. I want you to work under me. He could have said something like, but I felt that there was a discouragement. And I was so hurt. So I stopped reading the word. I was hurt. I really was. And so when I heard that, I was still active. And then, I was very active, and things were going on in life. I was getting older, and homosexuality, I thought that I was delivered and wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. That was really coming back up, and just I suppressed this for so long, and then it just can't continue to keep coming back up. And so I just start, rebelling and start messing with men and everything. And then me and my uncle relationship just tarnished because of that. It tarnished because he felt like that was embarrassing that your nephew is gay. And instead of talking to me really about it, there was no talking. There was get on the altar, call Jesus, he would deliver you. That was it. There wasn't no let's go through therapy, let's talk about it. Why do you feel this way? It was just call Jesus. So I was confused. And then one particular day, like I said, in my early 20s, when I had the breakdown, then that was it for the relationship. That was completely it for the relationship. And then I start calling my uncle. Start calling Bishop Cartwright Uncle Melvin. It was no longer, or Melvin. I was no longer respecting him as a bishop. I thought that he failed me. And boom, I went to Texas. And that's when I started to get the help that I needed. And I understand because of this church and being what I been that I was abused, mentally abused. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Mentally abused. I was abused. It was mental abuse. It was manipulation, control. It was like almost like a cult, almost. That's what it was. And so I had to unlearn that. And I day by day had to unlearn that and go through the process and get the help that I needed. And then once I was able to come back, then I was able to understand what I was battling with. And so I love talking about the church because it helps me and it helps others. They said Wiley was I was messy in school. Absolutely. I wasn't paying attention in school like that. I was a jokester. You know what I'm saying? I call him Uncle Melvin now. Yeah. I call him and still sometimes I will call him Pastor, Bishop. You know, it's in me. I will call him Uncle Melvin. I really don't call him Melvin. I call him Uncle Melvin. And then sometimes I call him Bishop Cartwright. It all depends. But was I a jokester at school? Oh, yes, I was, baby. I would joke. I was a jokester. I would get up in that classroom and joke like crazy. I was. I was a jokester. I really was. Absolutely. And I was a scapegoat on a lot of things. And so I was, quote unquote, the black sheep of the family until one day my mother, our relationship was very tarnished. And I remember her boyfriend at the time, Tyrone. He's still her boyfriend now. I'll say boyfriend because that ain't her husband. She's still married to my stepfather. So her boyfriend, he he said Marquise. He said you need to visit your mother more. She's so hurt that you don't come to no events. You don't call her. You don't come to nothing. And I didn't know at the time. Like I was so committed to church. You know what I'm saying? My mother was in sin. My uncle did not encourage me to go visit your mother. She's in sin. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to go spend weekends with your mother. You know, you need to be in church. So I never went to no church. I never went to no birthday parties. It would be on a Saturday. Saturdays it was church day, and Sunday was church day. Friday was church day. So I couldn't go to nothing. I had to be in church, and she was so hurt that all her children be there and I wouldn't be there. Most events that she had, I didn't go. That's why I try to go a lot as an adult. You know what I'm saying? It was so to the point, our relationship was so to the point where we weren't talking that when she would go to the hospital, I wouldn't go and see her. That's just how it was. It was that way. I would be in church. I would make sure church was my first top priority. It was my life. And I didn't understand until I got grown how much I was involved in the church until I became an adult. And then when I became an adult, and I was able to get the mental health treatment, I now go and visit mama. I talk more with my mother now as an adult than I did as a teenager, as I did as a child. Because like I said, she was addicted to alcohol and I moved with my grandmother. So I was so committed with my mother. I was committed with my grandmother and my uncle was the bishop. I was so committed with my that way. And I was everything to my uncle. I was with my uncle most of the time. We went to the church and we went to visiting church. When he go in front, I was his armor bearer. When we went to the Guitar Center, we went to Home Depot we was with my uncle all the time. And so once I became an adult and I got the treatment, I make sure I go and help mama and go and visit mother like I can. I can't do much because I got to make sure my situation is taken care of. But I do go and visit my mother as much as I can. I went more to Chicago this year, these last 2 years that I ever been, because I try to be there for my mother as much as I can. Because I remember when I abandoned her and not do much for her and being there for her. So I try to, I try to do as much as possible. I can't live and be involved, like live back there because of the drama that comes with it. And I have to protect my peace. But I do call my mother every single day. I do. And sometimes we'll be on the phone for an hour when she can. She's a busy woman. So, but I make sure. And every time I get on the phone with my mother, I say, I love you. I love you, mama. Do you think your relationship would have been back then what it is now? No, because at that time my mother was a heavy drinker. I don't think so. She was a heavy drinker. She drunk so heavily, I couldn't. There was no relationship. It was so bad with her drinking. I went to the school. I went to the school and I told her I don't want to live with my mother anymore. So they went to my mother, and then I went. The decision was made to go and live with my grandmother, and I lived with my grandmother, and it was much, 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 much better. And that's how I eventually got in the church because my grandmother, she said, to live in my house, you got to go to church. So, because my mom had us coming up, you know, only time that we went to True Church of Holiness was on holidays. That was the only time. Easter, Christmas, that's it. We was not actively in church. And now I understand now because my mother, she was like me, she was in church all her life as a girl, teenager. And when she got grown, she stopped going. She got pregnant with me, she stopped going. She said, once my daddy stopped going to church, I stopped. So she stopped going to church. And I never knew why until I got older. And I said, I understand. And so but I don't, I still love God and everything. And if I were to go back to Chicago, I would be a member at Kevin Cunningham Church, the Transformation Center. That I love that church. I love it. I love minister. Now he's not a minister anymore. Apostle Kevin Cunningham. I love him. He's a preaching man. So if I ever were to go back to Chicago, I would be a member there, not at True Church, because there's nobody there like that, and it's too messy. That's a good question, Tasha. You asked me, will Bishop ever try to have a relationship with you again? The answer to that is no. No, because Bishop don't want to have a relationship because he's embarrassed. And when Bishop took me to court, when he got an order of protection, in those documents, he posted something in those documents. He posted that my reputation with other pastors is severely damaged. He blamed me for pastors not coming to his church anymore. But in reality, it was because of his male chauvinist, if I'm saying it right, him not believing in women preachers is the reason. He's not gonna say that. Or it's the reason that he talk about other preachers to us that he don't believe that you should be a pastor, you get remarried, you in sin. And he also believed that if you are a pastor, you allow your members to wear pants, you and see it. Could that be the reason? That wasn't named in the court documents. He blamed that all on me. But in reality, it ain't me. You just using me as the scapegoat. It was your policies that you had. That's the reason why you couldn't have preachers really coming to your church like that, because you are against 99% of what they preach. You know what I mean? You know? And so the reason why Apostle Kevin Cunningham don't go in their fellowship, because he don't believe that women should be pastors or preachers or bishops. And so he don't have that relationship. And yes, I understand Apostle Kevin Cunningham and what he said to me in the church. I get it. I understand. Oh, you shouldn't talk about church people like that. I get it. I understand. But I'm telling it is not just church people. This is family. So I have to tell that story because it's going to help other people. Because when you are a pastor and a preacher, you go in the book of God, the holy book, and you talking about everybody else's business. and you're preaching about somebody else's business. When you preach about Paul, you're preaching about his business. When you're preaching about Mary, you're preaching about her business. When you preach about Job, you're preaching about his business to the masses. And if what you preach about their business, then why you can't talk about your own business and talk about your shortcomings? See, that's the issue with the church. They ain't talk about everybody's business in this book, but they ain't gonna talk about their issues. Oh, keep that private. But you want to get in everybody else's business, but you don't want to get in your own. So this is the thing, and I'm gonna go to the other subject here. So give me a second. Me and my uncle, it was a situation, and then I'm gonna close this subject out, and I'm gonna go to another subject. I don't care. My uncle said he want to be. He's a bishop. He was an elder. He was an evangelist. He was all I know, Elder Melvin Cartwright, right? He was pastor, and then he upgraded to a bishop. So he told everybody that he was going to be a bishop. They're going to have his him to be ordained as a bishop. His daughter Nishanta, my cousin, this is my first cousin. She was upset about it. She didn't agree with him being a bishop. So I heard her. I was a teenager gossiping with my cousin Kiosha in the basement because she lived with my grandmother rent free. And so she was upset, about him being a bishop. She said she shouldn't be no bishop and all that. And I said, why is she gossiping Nishanta? She gonna tell everybody. So I told my pastor, my leader, I told him, I said, Bishop, I don't want to share this, but I got to tell you. He said, what? I said, your daughter is speaking ill will about you being a bishop. He said, Nishanta. I said, yes. He said, I'll handle it. Then he told us why. He said, yeah, Brother Marquise, I'm glad, even though my daughter, that ain't right what she did. But I didn't know what happened until years later. I was going at it. I get on the phone with my cousin Nishanta, and she told something to me on the first of all, Kiosha came and confront me right after that happened. Yeah, you told that. I was a teenager in front of my grandmother, cussing, yelling. She was mad. Why would you tell Nishanta? Her father got all in her face, got all and argue, and you did that. Why would you do that? That's messy. You shouldn't have said nothing. And my grandmother said, I don't think you should do that, Kiyoshi. That calm down. He's just a child. Don't worry about it. He a child, all right. He did all that. And you just taking up for him because that's your favorite because he a pastor. Did that. And I cried. I was hurt. So moved on, told my uncle about it. He could, moved on. About years later, I'm a young man now in my 20s. Get on the phone with Nishanta, my cousin. She called me and she wants to know what was going on. I said, it's a lot going on. She said, I got a problem with you. I said, what's your problem? You destroyed my relationship with my father. I said, what you mean by that? When you told him that I said he shouldn't be a bishop, we argued. It was loud. He confronted me all over the house, and my mother had to intervene, and it was bad. And you trying to be, that ain't your father, that's your uncle. Stop trying to take my father from me. That ain't your father, that's your uncle. Get your own father. And I was talking, and I was hurt, confused. Then she get another cousin on the phone. Some stuff was said about her mother. I said these things. I said, well, her mother reported us to DCFS, and she did it, and my mother told us that she did it. And I remember, and I remember when she came, my auntie Glennis came to visit us, and I didn't speak to my auntie. She said, you ain't gonna speak to me? And I kept going because I remember she reported us to DCFS. I mean, the allegations that she said, the police came, multiple social workers came. She did it because she wanted us to get snatched away from my mother. So You know, it was a huge investigation. I mean, multiple people came to our school, police came. It was bad. And she did it. And she confronted it and she admitted it that she did, and she apologized. And so I never spoke to her. And ever since then, I knew she was trash. And so her daughter didn't know these things. My mother would never do that. And she had you working with the cleaning company and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, she never paid me to do that. She still owed me for that. Well, and I tell her never hire you again. I said, you was a user too, because you allowed me to take care of your son while you go run the streets. We argued on the phone, cussing, words was spread. I get off the phone and I cried. I was hurt, confused. One evening, I tried to sleep, couldn't sleep. And then poof, one day, the fallout. So it was a lot going on in Chicago that I was battling with. And I need to get up out of there, because if I didn't get out of Chicago, I wouldn't be here today to tell the story. That's how bad it was. And I got out. And my uncle shouldn't be upset and mad about it, because my uncle, Bishop Cartwright, got pushed out of Milledgeville, Georgia. They told him to leave Milledgeville. They said, leave. It's the judge, if you don't leave this town, you're going to spend the rest of your life here. And he had to fled out of Milledgeville. But people forget that, because he stole something he did in Milledgeville. He never really told us what he did. If he did, I forgot. But what he did say, he got ran out of his hometown. That was his testimony. I got ran out of Milledgeville to Chicago. My mother, he said this, my mother wishes my grandmother, so you better get on that bus. And he came to Chicago. But the problem is, it was some trauma, because his mother, which is my grandmother, was married to my uncle, Willie Crusoe. He was an elder. He did not like Melvin Cartwright. Didn't like her, couldn't stand Melvin. Then Freddie came to live with my mother, because at the time they was up in age now, young adults now, because they were raised by my grandmother's parents. They adopted my uncle Freddie, Melvin, and her daughter Louise. They were adopted by their grandparents, because mama couldn't do it. So she had to get ran out and to go live her life in Chicago to help, because it was a lot going on with her. She was abused and she had to run out and everything. So she escaped to Chicago. So he come to Chicago. He didn't get along with Willie Crusoe. He didn't like her. And so Bishop Cartwright would say, yeah, your mother, she would put her hand on her hip. And she would say, because her father would say, you tell me anything that go, this is your house. And if they do something wrong, call the cops. And she would have her head. She said, Sheila, they don't call her she, they call her Sheila, had her hand on her hip and say, this is my house. You do something, call the cops. So Willie didn't like Melvin, according to Melvin Cartwright. I can't ask Willie, because Willie been dead since 1998. My grandfather been dead since 1988, so I can't ask him. So one day, Bishop Cartwright was over the pulpit in front of the 10 people. I think it was about 15, 20 members at that time. He said, yeah, he really didn't like me at all, saints. He was an elder in the church, and they were arguing in the car. And he said, and I saw that he hit my mother. He slapped her. And my grandmother was sitting down. All her business had been spewed over the church. I said, wow. And I went to my uncle in the car. I said, wow. I didn't know my grandfather was like, yeah, he was. And I was mad at my mother. Until I became an adult and got free from that, then I went back. And I went back to my uncles, Bishop Cartwright, and went back to their childhood for what they told me over the church. My grandmother got pregnant when she was 13 years old, to Melvin Cartwright. They covered it up by adopting and pushed her to Chicago. This was going on. Then Freddie was born. They adopted Freddie. Louise adopted. My uncle said this over the church. My great grandfather, my grandmother's father. My uncle got over the church and said he deleted his life. He got a shotgun, he ended his life. He witnessed that trauma. My great grandfather ended his life. For what they told us over the church, something happened during that time. This is Jim Crow. Something happened. He got into it with a white man in town, and he pushed the white man. He hit him. And he knew that I'm going to get lynched. Like, oh. So he went home and he ended his life. Because my grandmother would say my dad had an anger issue, anger problem. Anger. He was very angry. He was mean. And he said over the church. And so now I kind of understand Bishop Cartwright because of the trauma he experienced. And because he felt that he was abandoned by his mother. Because now I understand. Remember, I told y'all, I said, Mama, y'all act like y'all mama is on crack. But I went back and look at God. God just dropped this in my spirit. Because Bishop Cartwright, when he wasn't raised by his mother. He wasn't raised by his mother. He was raised by his grandmother and grandfather. When he was about 6 or 7, it was all on grandmama, not by his mother. Yes, his mother shipped over clothes, but as raising go, he was raised in Georgia because his mama was in Chicago. So now I kind of understand, even though he is doing this subconsciously, he is paying back his mother on how she treated him back in the day. That's why he didn't hardly visit his mama. When he don't hardly come and visit. He don't hardly come and do that because subconsciously he is giving her the same treatment that she given him when he was a young boy. Look at God. And I don't think he noticed, but that resentment, and you a bishop now, but you are paying your mother back for what she did to you as a young boy and a teenager. For not being there. That's why you hardly visit. And I always wanted to know, when my Uncle Freddie was alive, he will always call my grandmother by her first name, Dora. So then Bishop Cartwright, he had to catch himself and say Mother Crusoe, but they will always say Dora. And I was weird. I'm like, what? Why they keep calling their mama Dora? The first name, that's disrespectful. And so my uncle said over the church that my grandmother's, her husband, Willie Crusoe, he was an elder, told them, don't call her mama, call her Dora. My grandfather, according to Bishop Cartwright, said, do not call her mama, that ain't your mama, call her Dora. So all of my uncle's life, when he came over from the hospital and came and visited, when my grandmother tried to take care of him and everything, that didn't work, but he will always call her Dora. When we would go to the facility to go visit him on the west side and go visit him in these nursing homes, because he was always in the facility, he will always say Dora, never said mama. My uncle, Bishop Cartwright, it will slip out of his mouth, Dora, and he had to catch himself and call her Mother Crusoe because that is how he was raised. And they said, call her Dora and not mama. And then Bishop Cartwright got addicted to heroin. He was a heroin addict. He would steal, go to jail, and that's one of the reasons why he had to get pushed out of Millersville, because he was a drug addict. All of this trauma, right? My uncle, Bishop Cartwright, didn't even know, really had a relationship with his father until he was a grown, he was an old man. And he preached at a church, and there's a picture with his father in the audience, and then his father died. But he never had a relationship with his father like that. And then one day his father came in his life when he was a bishop. And then he died. So I understand, because I want to know, why do Bishop Cartwright move the way he moved? And God said, when you read the scripture in this Bible, when you read, you always get a history lesson of the who, what, when, where. So when you go back to the history of these people, you understand. So I'm not as angry as I was at Bishop Cartwright, because he had to deal with some trauma too. And I understand, I don't agree, I understand why he treat his mama the way he treat her. Then my grandmother got another daughter, Louise. I only met her about 2 or 3 times, and it was always toxic with her mother. And people say, oh, Louise don't get along. But the brother Wiley want to get a history lesson. So I understand why Louise, the way she is with her mother. Why she cuss out her mama, my grandmother. Why she hang up the phone. Why she don't go visit her mama. Why all of this? Because she felt that her mother abandoned her and not bringing her to Chicago with her to raise her. Her grandmother, my grandmother's mother, raised her daughter. So now we're dealing with today. That's why you don't see her calling, because she don't have that relationship with her mother like that. And because they didn't go to counseling and therapy and all of that, now mama in the sick, you ain't hardly calling mama, and she's still in Georgia, living in the house that her grandmother lived in. Because when my great-grandmother passed, she left the house to her 3 children, and they all made an agreement for the 3 of them, the three of the last living children, that Louise get to stay there rent-free. So she the only one that's staying there rent-free. They didn't do what Bishop Cartwright did, sold the house. They actually kept it for Louise, and Louise still live in that house today. But she rarely come to Chicago, because when she did come to Chicago, I remember this story. She came and she visited. She brought her man with her, and she wasn't married. And I knew then that was a no-no. I didn't know then that I was about 10 or 11. I didn't know nothing about no shacking. But I do remember the argument. Oh, he can't stay here. And Louise said, why? You ain't married, gal. You're shacking. She said, you can stay here, but he can't. You ain't married, and he ain't staying here. If you don't like it, you can leave. They argue. So my mother had to put her in a hotel. It wasn't a hotel, it was a motel. Because I remember, I was like, why are the rooms like you walk outside and all that? It was a motel. And now I know it was a motel. So we on our way home, because she couldn't stay with us. We had no room. My mother had 6 kids, and her friend that she still with today, and her husband. So the house is full. We didn't have no space. So we put her in a motel, and she left. It was toxic. And then in that sense, it was arguing. It was toxic. Her and my mother got into it. So she stopped coming. And that was the last time she came to Chicago. And that was back in the late 90s. She never returned back to Chicago. And I understand why she treat my grandmother, like she do. I understand why she not close with her sister, my mother, because she don't know her like that, because she was raised with mama, and that's why she's resentful. You understand that generation, that toxic stuff? And so I understand. So now, once I told my mother, y'all treat y'all mama like she was on crack. Now God, just the revelation said, well, go back and you will understand why they treat her the way they do. Do I agree with that? No. But I understand. Because when I was in my grandmother's life, she was older, she was a Christian, she was saved, she helped other people. But I didn't know grandma, I didn't exist when she was in her 20s, when she was in her 30s. I didn't exist then. I wasn't even thought of then when she was in her 50s. I didn't know her. So, of course, she's nice now and holy now, but how was she when she was a young woman? And the decisions that she made at that time. Because you have to understand her side. She had to leave Georgia. She couldn't stay. Man was beating her. She couldn't tell her father because my father would have took him, and my grandfather would have took him out. So she had to leave and go to Chicago. It was hard for my grandmother. She would tell her testimony. 22 years old, couldn't hardly afford a Polish sausage. Her family didn't want to help her get a job. She had to clean white people toilet. You know, the same typical story in Jim Crow was so hard for her. So she couldn't afford to bring her children because she couldn't feed them. So she had no choice but to leave them with her parents. She had to live her life. And she was still getting it in because she had more children. She had Ronnie. She had my mother, Sheila. So she was there for them. And then all her children got different fathers. So that's why it's a resentment. And the reason why Ronnie treat my grandmother the way that he do, because he feel as though she did him wrong by not telling him who his father is. He never knew who his father was. He don't have a relationship with his father. I personally don't even think my grandmother knew who he was, period. And if she did, she ain't telling nobody. So that's why he treated the way he did. Ronnie got with Gladys and she was upset, mad, and all that. He don't have no control of the money at all. It's all Gladys because he got on drugs. See, I'm telling the story because you understand that the generational trauma. So I remember I had a front row seat to this trauma. That's why I'm because I got a front row seat to all the drama. So I remember in the middle of the night, excuse me, we get a phone call from Glenn and say, you better come get your son. He high. We had to come get Ronnie. He was on drugs. So we came and got him. My grandmother, I didn't go. I was asleep. I had to go to school. She get in her car. She drove all the way to Glenwood, Illinois. Now, mind you, she lived in the South Side, Inglewood. My grandma had to get up in the middle of the night, drive all the way to Glenwood to go get her son. Because his wife put him out because he's on drugs. And he's stealing stuff. She go get him. He was high. Go get him. And then one day, my grandmother went to church. And my auntie Glennis and her son and my cousin Ronnie come. She thought that my uncle Ronnie was in the house cheating on her with another woman. So she came from Glenwood to the south side of Chicago with bricks. And she instructed her son to throw the bricks in the car. He's a little slow, a little delayed. Yes, he got a problem, always been a little delayed. So she instructed her artistic son to get the bricks, and they was throwing the bricks in the car. She got so upset, she called my grandmother at church. My grandmother had to come out of church because there was some drama. Police been called, windows busted, everything. This time, I'm a teenager. I'm a teenager now. I'm seeing all this. They did that. And when you see these people now, you won't even know they did all that. They wear nice hats, church. They so holy and say all that trauma. And I never understood where all this drama come. And these supposed to be church folks. All of them thought they said they was holy and saved, you know. And so all that trauma and seeing these traumatic experiences, it was no counseling, no therapy, no nothing. You just see it and we talk about it and we move on and more drama and stuff happen and under that, my grandmother see it. Nobody said anything about it. And then that's when I know that now I understand why my grandmother children rarely come visit her. Ronnie moved, don't come hardly visit. Neither do Melvin, neither do Louise. So, and Freddie couldn't do it because his mind was completely gone. And I always ask, I'm curious, what happened to Freddie? Why his mind gone? And my grandmother and Melvin, they would say over the church. Well, a witch doctor. This is what they said. Freddie stole something from this witch doctor and she put a spell on him. I said, okay. That could be your reason. But I want to offer my theory. I don't know because I never talked to my uncle about it. If he wouldn't know, he's out of his mind. But he was in that home with his grandfather, which will technically be his father because they were adopted. But I say grandfather, grandfather. He was in the home when his grandfather ended his life. He was there. Melvin was there. And there was no therapy. There was no counseling. That was doing Jim Crow. Like, that's the least of your concern. But the top priority is eating food and everything. And so one day I did a little bit more digging. And we're researching my family tree. And I found out due to public records and due to my work that I've been doing and my team that we were looking, we found out that my grandfather, my great grandfather, wasn't raised by his parents. He was raised by his grandmother. So when I get to the history, I can understand why we are going through what we are going through in this generation. And people didn't like me research family. And don't do that. Don't worry about that. I said, no, I'm worried about all that, and I will be researching. And whatever I found, I could get a more of an understanding. And now I understand a lot. I don't know too much about my mother's life as a little girl and as a teenager. Because I want to know why mental illness run rapid in our family. I want to know these things. Why is it that my mama got the drink? What happened? So when I started to do my investigation, and I started to ask questions. I ain't gonna get in that because that's my mother's personal business. But I asked somebody that knew my mother when they was raised together. And I posed a question. And she said, you're asking the wrong question. Because you're blaming this person, and then it wasn't that person. It was that person. And I dropped the phone. and it's happened to your mother. So I get half of the story. And I said, And so I wonder, I said, wow, mama, she lived a life and a lot of trauma. And then her husband, she's still married, he started telling me things about my mother when she was a child and a teenager. And so when we got older, we were teenagers and we didn't see our mama. We didn't know what was going on. I'm like, she in the hospital. Well, what happened? Oh, don't worry about it. She in the hospital. I was sad. I'm like, what's going on with my mama? I was about 10. I was teenage, I was like, what's going on? And I was living with my grandmother then. And at that time, they moved down the street. We didn't know what was going on. They didn't tell us nothing. She in the hospital. In the hospital, like, what's okay? Oh, she get out. And we just went on live our life as teenagers until I became an adult. And my father, my stepfather, he said, I will start talking to him. We have a better relationship as an adult than we did as children. I said, I remember my mother talking to herself. He said, really? I said, yes. Are you sure when nobody talked down there when she? I said, no, sir. I said, one day I went down there a couple of times and it was nobody on the phone, no nothing. It was her having a full-fledged conversation with herself. And it was scary. And it scared me. I didn't understand. Like, why is she talking to him now? I didn't know that. I didn't know anything about, I don't even know, like, I know she was talking to her. I didn't know. When I got older, it started to make sense. And then my stepfather, he said, you remember when your mother was in the hospital that time? I said, yes, sir. Well, I told you it was because she tried to end her life. I said, excuse me? Yes. She tried to end her life. She bust the window, she cut her, she went to end her life. And so we had to call and put her in a mental institution. Yes. And he said, they judge you for going to the mental hospital. But I understand what you're going through because your mother battled with a mental illness. That's why your brother battled with a mental illness and your sister. So when he told me that, I understand why I was going through. Because I was confused. I'm in church. Well, I'm going through all this. What's going on? Then when I did some research, because I went research, I said, making sense now. I said, my mother have an illness. And instead of her getting a psychiatrist and therapy, I'm going to drink it and I'm going to self-medicate. And as a 50-some-odd woman, most of my life of knowing my mother, I never really known her as a sober person. Every once in a while I see her. So she's having addiction, self-medication, self-medicating herself. And it makes sense. Now I understand. So when I understand, I don't judge her like I used to. I was very judgmental. Why are you doing it? I understand. Because of the trauma that she experienced as a little girl, as a teenager, things she experienced a real trauma. I understand why she is going through what she's going through in her 50s. Because I did research about her. She never had to tell me these things because my mother and my grandmother, they don't like to share nothing. My grandmother shared a lot in church. In church, she shared a lot, but they're very secretive. And so you just got to find information for yourself. and I found it. So now when I see mama drink, get drunk, I understand. Do I agree? No. But I understand why she do what she do. She was a young woman, never was truly in a good environment and love. She was in a toxic environment. She had children, never knew to spend time with herself. She got pregnant with me when she was 19. And from that, she had five other children. She got married to a man that unfortunately he did not know how to be a man. He was young, didn't know. His father was on drugs, right? He never knew how to be a man. He was a young man. He took on big risk, didn't know how to do it. So then she cheated and got a new man, and he cheated and all that. So it was a lot of trouble. So now at 50-some years old, there's still trouble. The only difference in this story, you got gray hair, but you're still dealing with that trauma. The only difference now, you older. That's the difference. But you still dealing with that trauma. And the reason why my mother not getting divorced, I believe she loved my stepfather. I believe she loved him. But because she don't know how to communicate that, she cheated and got with his friend instead of them going to counseling and all of that. She's just in a bad situation. And every time I bring it up, she avoid the conversation. And I don't bother. I ask her multiple times, when you get divorced, you know, if something happened to you, he gets control of everything because technically he's still your husband. I don't care how you try to go by your main name, but he still got a license and still that he is still married to you. No matter how you try to go by your main name, you still married. And that's why I asked her boyfriend Tyrone. And years ago, he asked me, I want to marry your mama. I looked at him. I said, that ain't going to work. He said, why? I said, she's already married. And I said, she don't love you. So why you say that? I said, if my mother truly loved you, she would have been divorced her first husband. She only tolerate you, but she don't love you. And he was hurt. He left hurt. But that was the truth. And now we in 2023. You still ain't married. She's still married to her first husband. And you ain't no good man. Because you want to work when you feel like working. You work, you get tired, you stop working. And I said, it ain't going to work because y'all did it wrong. It ain't going to work. You cheated. Y'all committed adultery. So it ain't going to work. God ain't in that. Why would God bless a new union and you ain't even getting rid of the previous situation? You didn't resolve it. That's why you're suffering. That's why you're going through. That's why you broke. That's why you going through mentally. It's because you ain't changed. You handled the previous situation. You still entangled into a previous situation. You trying to build a new life, but you got to get rid of the old life. You still attached to something else. It ain't working. I said, I told Tyrone this. I was a young man. I'm a young man with knowledge. I'm in church. And I said, you will come out better dumping my mother and go find you a woman with no children that's single. But this situation, it ain't gonna work. 10, 12 years later, it ain't working. It's worse than it was in the beginning. Because you try to be a husband to a wife that's already somebody else's wife. She don't respect you, no woman. And I learned this from my mother actions. No woman respect a man that don't work, that don't provide. That woman will always remind you you ain't nothing. They ain't gonna listen to you. They ain't gonna be good to you because you are a burden. And that's why she's stressed. You ain't, this house that y'all living in, I'm gonna say this, you didn't buy it. It was because of her good credit. Not because of yours. You don't have no license. You work when you want to work. So no, she ain't gonna divorce her first husband. Why? To get in a worse situation? You just as sorry as her first husband and her only husband because she's still married. You worse than him. I said this, I'm saying it publicly about my mother. She picked one man, bad man, and got a worse man. And these people are older. My stepfather, I love him dearly. Oh, yes, I love him. Corey. I love them all. But he said, Marquise, you're the only person that call and see how I'm doing. Other than his daughter, because he lived with her, he was stuck in the hospital, battling with the Rona. None of his sons came and see or called about him. He said, Marquise, you're the only one that called me. And when I got on the phone, the reason why they don't call you is because they paying you back for you abandoning them. That same generation. You see that? Told you about Bishop Cartwright, how he treated his mother, my grandmother. My brothers do the same thing to their father. They don't call him, they don't respect him at all because they remind him in their actions when you abandoned them. So now you getting older and you in the hospital and you in this and that. And now you need and you can't see him because they remind you was a bad father. And I look at them now, my brothers, myself. And I try to call my stepfather every chance I get. And told him, even though he wasn't good. But I remember the good that he did do. But only a mature person of wisdom would know that. He wasn't a good father, but he did some good. He wasn't perfect. I remember the good deeds he did. He would go to the school, check up on me in the school. He will, he will be there in that regard. And then he just stopped. You know, when you clock in to where you work and he just stopped being a father, blocked out, and he just stopped. We had our issues. And I told him, I said, I remember when we was at your job and you said, these are my kids, but this is my stepson. I said, you treated me like an outcast. You didn't know it, but you did. He said, oh, I apologize. I said, I understand that now. But I said, if I ever have children with somebody and they're not my biological children, I would never call them my stepchildren. Never. All of mine. Because when you do that, and step parents need to hear this. Anybody would get, or parents need to hear that they're having children that ain't yours. Never, ever say out of your mouth and say, well, these my kids, and they hear this, but this is my stepchild. You cause a division right then and there. And my siblings always reminded me of that. You ain't no Barksdale. You a Wiley. Get your daddy. This ain't your daddy. Where your daddy? Your daddy to love. It was division, and I was tormented because of that. They didn't understand. I get it. Hey, yo, daddy. I would cry. Oh, you no daddy. So, if you take a woman and she got children, them your children too. Them ain't your stepchildren. Them your children. A step is something you step on. Them your children. That's why when you date a woman with children or a man with children, you got to understand it is a package deal. And if you know you're not willing to do that, then don't talk to her. Don't waste her time. And you as a woman with it, don't waste his time. You coming with a package, and some of them call it baggage. That's why it's challenging for women that have children that want to date because it's hard, because you coming with a different situation, because them children got a father, and if he don't get along with it, them ain't them your kids, them our kids. You understand? It's some it's gonna be some drama. Oh, you calling for a mess. My grandmother dealt with that situation. She was with a man. My mother was born, but she had to bring her sons from Georgia to live with her. And it was a mess. She said it out of her mouth. She said it was a war going on in my house. So you got to understand what you're doing. That's why you got to have a village. 2, it got to be a good partnership. That's why when you a man, if I were to date anybody with children, I must speak to those children's father. I got to have a good relationship with him because he is a part of their lives. So we got to connect. And if we don't connect, I can't marry you or date you because it's drama. If I don't get along with those children's father, I know it's going to be some drama. And I love you, but I don't get along with your children's father. They don't get along with me. We can't date. I don't want that unnecessary stress. So before you get married, you better know how her relationship with her baby daddy. You better make sure you get along with that baby daddy. You better make sure them kids get along with you, especially if they older. And if they don't, I don't think you need to go and lay down with that. You better go get you somebody that don't have that baggage, because you asking for drama. Do you understand? So now that generation. So now my siblings, they got children. And it's so sad that their parents, my brothers and sister, they didn't get past their trauma and they're trickling down to their children. Do you understand? And so I thank God that God allowed me to watch and observed that. And I thank God that I can sit here and tell my testimony. Is I'm perfect? No, far from it. I got my own issues. But while having no issues, I'm so glad I didn't go out sleeping with Sally and Susie and all that, getting all these children. I'm so glad that I got another day to get it right with God and myself before I have my children. I thank God for that. I thank God that I still got another day to get it right. I'm glad out of all of my dysfunction and mental illness and getting tased by the cops that I don't have any children to witness that. Now, when I do have children, they will understand because I will teach my children about my testimony, about my struggles and my mistakes. But I'm glad they did not have to witness that because I didn't have any children then. That would have been a lot of trauma for them to witness, seeing their daddy get arrested and in the hospital. It would have been a lot of trauma. So I'm glad. I'm glad that I could work on my credit right now. I'm glad that I could work on my business right now. I'm glad that I can have the freedom to do it. So when I do, and I work so hard, because when I do have children, because it's going to happen, I'm going to have some kids, I don't want them to struggle like their father struggled. I want them to understand work ethic, but I don't want them to struggle like their father struggled. I want to make sure I work through my issues, and we're working through them. We are much better now today than we was 10, 15 years ago. Because I seen the result of folks that don't get the help that they need. I seen the results of folks that don't get the treatment that they need, and they're dealing with it now. That's why I work quadruple and put me first and put my mental health first. Because I understand when you neglect that and ignore that, issues start to happen. Absolutely. You and most will say, these are my bonus kids these days. The kids feel welcome and wanted. Absolutely. Amen. And I like that word, my bonus children. I like that because I heard that a lot now. People say these are my bonus children. I just say these are my children. Amen. I don't do and everything and I thank God for God because I know God is going to bless me with a beautiful family, and He's definitely going to do that. I thank God for that. All right. So I just had to say that to help y'all out. And that's why I talk about celebrities like I do, because I talk about my own family dysfunction. So you think I won't talk about celebrities? Yes. I don't mind telling my story because it's going to help the next person. If it touch one person, if it touch one sister and brother, so they don't have to go through this, or for people that say, I got trauma, let me do what Brother Wiley did and get some help from my trauma, because I don't want to end up like his mama in my 50s or end up like his grandmother in her 80s and going through with this trauma. Let me do it now while I'm young, so while I'm older, I can live a good life. So do it now while you young enough to see it. And then if you older, you can get some help. As long as you here, you can get it right. Every day above ground is a blessing. So get it right. Amen. And the reason why I tell my story, not only for me, it helps me, it gets it off my chest, but it also able to help the next person and the next person and the next person. Because I'm just not going to sit and gossip about celebrity. I'm going to gossip about my own family. That make my platform different. Period. I'm going to always tell you what I went through. Oh, wow, you shouldn't say that. You don't have to say it about your family. I'm going to say it about mine. It's no different than Kevin Hart talking about his dad being on drugs. No different than Bernie Mac talking about his sister being addicted to drugs and how he had to raise his nieces and nephews. So don't get mad when Brother Wiley do it. And I know my family, some of them don't like it. Who cares? But I'm going to do it. Because when the money when it start to flow in, they're going to be right there. And I don't wait till I get the money. I create the boundaries now. That's why they don't call me for no money, because they know I ain't gonna do it. I may do it every once in a while, but they know, Brother Wiley, that's the last person I'm gonna call. He gonna say no. He gonna want to teach, preach. He gonna give me a suggestion. I ain't gonna. They don't call me. My sister may call me every once in a while, every once in a while, but she stopped. Because when I give her that 10 or I gotta give you some suggestions. And she just don't want to go through it. She should stop calling. Because I create that boundary. That's why I tell the same thing to Scotty by nature. I said, and I said it publicly because he said it publicly. I said, you got to create that boundary. You got to create it. Because if you don't, you're going to be battling with it and going. And that's why that brother is going through what he's going through today. That's why he's battling in his mind. That's why he's sad. That's why he's depressed, because you putting everybody on your back and putting you last. Always put God first, and under God is you. Then it's your family. But put God first and put you under that. Because if you put him first, you make sure you good. Because he going to take care of you. He going to help you and give you suggestions. You don't give everybody, putting everybody on your back. They need to give that to God. You not God, so stop trying to be God. Stop trying to be people savior because you ain't strong enough. You ain't built like God. So stop trying to be everybody's savior. It's going to take you out. Stop trying to be God and rescue folks and try to take everybody. You ain't strong enough to do it. You don't have enough money to do it. You're going to be sad. You're going to be hurt. Oh, I'm so hurt. When I saw Scotty by nature, I was hurt. And the brother started telling what he was going through. And I feel like I'm doing all of it. I feel like I'm paying everybody else's bills and I'm the strong. I'm giving everybody advice. And then you putting yourself last. Then you dragging a raggedy car. And I'm dragging a car on his last leg. Now you take care of everybody else and you can't even hardly help yourself because you need to cut folks off. There's nothing wrong, people, saying no. Because if you don't say it, you're going to be drained out. It's not being selfish. And Iyanla said it. It's being self-full. I think that's what she said. It's not being selfish. It's being self-full. Amen? So if you don't create that stand, you're going to end up broke. And I tell people, if you want to date me, you got to be strong. You ain't dating me, you still paying your baby daddy bills. I will dump you and tell you until you get you some common sense, then come call me. You too weak-minded. You can't date me, please. You got to be strong to date me. You can't, I ain't got it. Where your money? I pay my baby daddy bills and pay this card up. You can't date me. Get out of my face. You ain't ready. You a grown woman standing and paying your baby daddy stuff. Get out of my face. Once you create that boundary, watch the abundance of blessing come in your life. Watch the abundance of blessings come in your life. And the reason why you have not gotten them blessings is because you taking care of everybody. You ain't got no standard. You ain't got no boundary. Why would God bless you 100-fold when you gonna give it to no good people? Don't give nothing about you. You must create that boundary. Because if you weren't here, I guarantee you they'll find a way to do it. You must do it. And God gave us all a mind. Did he not? You got you a brain, meaning that he give you decision-making skills. So you must make a decision whether you want to keep being people piggy banks or whether you want to make sure you create a standard. Amen? That's what some of y'all can't give to the Wiley Show. You give it to everybody else. And they don't make you laugh. You giving the folks that's making you cry. Go into your pocketbook. Give it everything. Cry. Come here and laugh. You can't even go to Vegas because you broke. You gave it to everybody. Some of y'all got adult children. You paying all their bills and rent, paying everything. That's why you broke. That one sister, she paying her children bills and she working triples and doubles and she always sick. That's why you can't go to Vegas. You ain't gonna be able to go. You take care of everybody. You ain't gonna be able to go. You got people, you got a daughter and a son. Father ain't doing nothing. Take his high part to child. What you do? Take him to child support. You doing? I thought the once I can't do that. He gonna be mad. I don't care if he gets so mad and his head spin around and do a backflips and go through a hoop. You taking care of all that. You didn't have that child by yourself. If he don't do it, then get the courts involved. And that's why I ain't got it. Then when you ask, well, what you mean? I gotta do this. He don't want to do that. I tell my female friend all the time. That's why I didn't take the relationship further than what it is. Because you ain't strong enough. Until you have put your foot down and watch God move. We doing all that. He ain't taking care of nothing. You gotta do everything. No. And you can't go I can't go to Vegas. I can't do it. I can't do it. Well, stay at home, be broke. I can't get you while I got all this responsibility. My baby daddy car need to get out. I gotta give my baby daddy a car. I gotta give him some new tires. He ain't your husband, nothing. And then if you in need, you can't even call your baby daddy. I'm just listening to this stuff. So create them boundaries and watch God move in your life. Crying and going on. Absolutely, I hear you. So I had to say that. I didn't think we was going to be live this long, but we going to be live this long. We going to get to the message and we going to get to the mess. I'm going to say that again. We going to get to the message and we going to get to the mess. That's my platform. This ain't me trying to be like nobody else. That's just me. You can't tune into no other channel in this T sector and they tell you they personal business, but they in everybody else's business. Come on, somebody. You can't go to no other channel. They ain't gonna talk about their personal business, but they're gonna be in everybody else's business. They ain't gonna do that. Blow my nose in here. That's my preaching time. Oh, man. Okay. So we about to get into it. So give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Moderators, go in the chat. I'm going to go take a little restroom break really, really quickly here. And then we're going to get into the mess. And wait a minute. Before I go to the restroom. This is the difference of my platform. There is nobody in this T sector that I know that I can name the list of the channels of my subscribers when they watch. Not one of them go deep in their life. They ain't gonna do that. And don't do it if you ain't strong enough. Because you ain't gonna do it because you ain't strong enough to do it. And when you do it, you'll be understanding of what they operate like they operate. So yes, I do it. Because I'm going to always tell my testimony, tell my business. I'm putting it out there. Because I don't feel comfortable talking about Cardi B business if I can't talk about my business. And don't give me that crap, they public figures, because when you step behind this camera and step behind this mic, you are a public figure. But you want to keep your life private. And I feel like if you can't talk about your business, why are you talking about Cardi B business or Beyonce business or Kelly Rowland business or Drake business or all everybody else's business, Lil' Kim business, Nicki Minaj business, but you won't talk about your business? So we about to get into this mess. So that's why I don't mind getting into celebrity business. I talk about my own mama. And I could do a whole series just on my personal dysfunction. And the reason why we talk about celebrities, because they get the majority of the people to tune in. But why I got you want to learn about the Nickis and the Cardis, I'm going to give you a message when you leave here. I'm going to give you a message when you watch this show. You will never be the same when you watch the Wiley Show. When you watch this show, you will never be the same. And other YouTubers, they watching it. And it is helping them. And yes, they will use what I say for a joke. Who cares? You share anything publicly, the public going to dissect it, and some going to roast you for it. But I'm strong enough to do it. And I'm in a position because other YouTubers are afraid. They don't say Brother Wiley name. So they ain't gonna do it if they wanted to. And the reason why they are afraid to put WILEYSHOW in the title is because they don't want the masses of their people to watch. That is why when Tasha went on a channel with Brother Michael and sat there and she called me Wild Eyes because she knows she see the gift that this brother is growing. I see the talent, but I'm going to call him Wild Eyes. And when a person call you a wild eye, that means you're coming on their roll. That means you're telling the truth about them and they don't like it. And the only thing she can say is wild eye. But she forgot that she the woman that get on the phone with Brother Wiley. She forgot that she the woman and her husband said, we like watching you. So, hey, I may have wild eyes, but I'm always going to be in your business and I'm going to be in mine. And if Tasha K talk about her dysfunction with her mama and how she don't get along with her mama and talk when she was touched as a little girl, then you understand because of her, she lied and say she had a therapist and she lied that said she had a therapist and she got all that therapy. Either A, she's lying or B, she ain't telling that therapist the real issue. That is what she doing today. Because when you don't get rid of that trauma and get healed from that trauma, you are getting a $4 million in debt. That's why Tasha K don't like Brother Wiley. We tell too much truth. She can't stand that. I put that mirror up to her face because I know she's battling with her mind. And then, thank you so very much, Shad. That's all they can say. Then you come back and tear into them. They can't take it. They can't take it. They can say, call me wild eye, cricket leg. He big, he obese. But when we flip the script on them, they running in their boots. But here's the kicker. They in the bushes watching like y'all sitting here watching me. And they think it bothered me. They try to see, well, what bothers Brother Wiley? So she got up. We gonna get into it. I gotta go to the restroom. Help me, Lord. And so we get up. She get on the platform. Tell you about this woman, how evil she could be. Well, Brother Michael, how many followers you have, Brother Michael? You have 20,000. So having 20,000 followers, why is it you get more people? You got 1,400 people in the chat. Why don't Wild Eye have 1,400 people and if he have 30-some thousand? Because she want me to get in a beef with Brother Michael and get the heat off her lying hind part. But Brother Wiley is too smart for that. I'm sticking with the person with the massive numbers. I'm sticking with the woman that's in the news getting sued for $4 million. That is who I'm sticking to. And she upset. She really thought that I was going to get in a beef with Brother Michael. No. Because I'm not intimidated by Brother Michael and all his successes. That is good for Brother Michael. He should have 1,000, 1,400, and everything like that. But compared to other counterparts, that's still small viewership. Because when I was watching this white man, I understand my mentor said don't compare apples to oranges. I understand that, mentor, but I want to say, all right, when I was watching this YouTuber, he was a white celebrity, he was an actor. I forgot the actor name. I think it was about 150,000 people watching that YouTube video live. Wasn't it 150,000? Where's Proud of Me at? Because she told me to go watch it, and we connected with the group. It was about 150,000 people live. And I was watching that. I said, here we are getting the black, your other car, because they ain't got 1,000, and you got 450,000 people watching them live. Now, I understand he's a celebrity. I understand that. But that's what I'm talking about. So we all got room to grow. Should I have more? In my opinion, yes. But I understand that you can't rush success. And yes, but then God say, brother, you don't have the 1,400 people in your chat, but what you do have is influence. What you do have is impact. What you do have is comedy. They can't stand that. So no, you do not have those big numbers like everybody else. But what you do have is an audience that love you for you. And you will have that. And watch how I change it for you. Don't just think for 1,000. That's small-minded. You're going to be the brother that have 300,000 people watching you live. You keep working. And watch God change and shift it. So, Tasha K, upset, mad, hurt, that she embarrassed. There ain't nobody hardly singing her praises. So she go back to her old tricks. And she pretend like, I'm a fan of you. I'm going to fly you out. And I'm going to fly you out. The same lie she tell. And you look at her, the same lie, the same little tricks. And I said, look at her. And I laughed with my mentor. And we were talking and she said, you know, the problem that I have with Tasha, she's supposed to be so big and grand. But here she is talking about Wiley, and Wiley don't even have half of the viewership and subscribers that she has. But yet, she drinking in her wine glass talking about Brother Wiley. So if Brother Wiley is nothing and trash, why are you as a black woman that got all these followers worried about what Brother Wiley has said? Why is you watching a man that is obese? Why is you watching a man that don't have 1,400 people? Why are you watching? Because you offended Brother Wiley. But your pride and your ego can't allow you to admit that now. Because Brother Wiley is on your road. And if you want Brother Wiley to grow, tell your family friend, your sister, that man you sleep with ain't your husband, and your baby daddy that you still sleeping with on the side, or that woman you licking on that lottie pad and pretending like you so straight. You tell them about the Wiley Show. Don't keep me no secret. Let everybody know that Wiley is live. Amen. Okay. But I am happy for the support that I have. And so Tasha K saying all that, she upset because we dragging her. She can't stand it. And she's a foolish black woman. Yes, she is smart in some areas about the camera, about the marketing, but she made some foolish mistakes. And it's costing her $4 million. And she said, and she didn't like that opinionated with a side of shade is moderating for the Wiley Show. She don't like that Peaches is a member at the Wiley Show. She don't like it. How y'all watching him? He ain't got quality like I do. Opinionated, why are you watching Brother Wiley? And he ain't got a staff like I do. Why y'all watching him? His thumbnails don't look like my thumbnails. His teeth is not white like my teeth. Why is you watching Brother Wiley? Why? And she said, I'm drunk. No, baby, you a liar. Are you mad that somebody exposed you? And you will go to another platform with 1,400 people. And you're talking about Brother Wiley. You ain't stunned what he talking about. You use Brother Michael to get at Brother Wiley because you think it get under my skin. It didn't. We still said, liar, liar, Tasha K pants on fire. And you don't like it. You really thought we gonna put his name in the title and we gonna go back and forth. No, player. Because to me, that's Armon Wiggins' friend. The one he kicked to the curb. So until he have the courage to address Brother Armon Wiggins, then we can talk. Till then, he ain't strong enough to go back and forth with me. Armon dumped him. Both of them got mad because Tasha got involved. Let me tell you about that. Got on Brother Michael's show. Yes, she did. And said these words. I know he watching. Y'all better sit. Don't send it to Armon because he already watched. Tasha got on that same platform. I'm a better friend than you, Brother Michael, than Armon. It got under Armon's skin. He was hurt. He was mad. She came right in between years of a friendship. Brother Michael And Armon's situation is different than Armon and Wiley. Knock me out the window. They was childhood friends. They played in the sandbox together. They was in the tub together. Brother Michael parents is friends with Armon Wiggins' family. His siblings is friends with all that. They have a friendship. They know each other personally. But a woman that's a liar inserted herself and caused confusion with them. Didn't give Armon the number, but gave it to Brother Michael. Got on the phone with Brother Michael. Gossip about Armon to Brother Michael. Brother Michael is not strong enough and have wisdom enough. He telling Tasha his personal business about Armon. She don't care nothing about it. She want to know who is Armon. I want you to tell me everything so I can use it against him. That's the only reason why she deal with Brother Michael. And so, Armon Wiggins, he wanted beef, but he can't. You know why Brother Armon Wiggins can't beef with Brother Michael? Yes. Because Brother Michael knows some damaging secrets about Armon Wiggins. Do you know why Brother Michael cannot drag Armon Wiggins like he want to? Because Armon Wiggins got some secrets about Brother Michael. Armon was so hurt that he contacted another YouTuber, Sherelle's husband. Sent Sherelle's husband Brother Michael's criminal record. Sent it to him. Oh, yeah, we telling it. Sent it to that man. Sent personal information about Brother Michael to Sherelle's husband. Soon when Brother Sherelle's husband posted it, Armon went to, see, I tried to tell you. He sent it to her. All that personal information. Sherelle got so hurt. And she's like, let's stop. There's too much. She was this close of trying to take his housing away. She wanted to take it away. And so, when you saw it, I said, woo, look at this. One day you gonna see Brother Armon and Brother Michael get in with the get in. Baby, they gonna share some things that's gonna shake these YouTube streets up. You know why they gonna do it? Because Armon's hand gonna be forced because Tasha is in the head of Brother Michael. And Brother Michael want the success of YouTube. You got to understand the history of Brother Michael. Brother Michael have always been in the shadow of Armon Wiggins. Oh, we got to tell it. I know they don't like it, Brother Paul, but I got to say it. It's going to hurt somebody's feelings, but I'm going to say it. Brother Michael was in Armon Wiggins' shadow. Brother Michael never was a man with a body. He was never lit. Brother Michael have always been considered the nerd. Armon was always the lit. He was always lit. He was always confident with himself. He was background dancing for MC Hammer. He was always lit. Now he got fame on YouTube. But it never popped for Brother Michael. So, nobody ever watched Brother Michael like that. So, Brother Michael had to get a mentally ill, disturbed, deranged woman and use her for clicks and views. I don't blame Brother Michael. You get tired of not getting no clicks and views. You better use somebody else. So he used her. But he went deeper than Brother Storm. Brother Michael ain't no fool. He's very smart. He act like he don't know. But we didn't research Brother Michael. So Brother Michael saw the success of Jaguar Wright on Storm's show. He understood the clicks and views that Jaguar was doing. So what did he do? He never dragged. He got on her phone with her and said, I would like to meet you, Jaguar Wright. Let's go to Vegas. Paying for her to gamble and all that. Pretending to be her friend. And Armon, he asked Armon, is it okay with me, Jack? He said, fine. But Armon lied. You should have told him then, I don't agree with that. Why? But he didn't do it. It came out later. He did it, and Brother Michael took a page of Brother Wiley's book. He studied the playbook. He hung out with everybody that didn't like Armon Wiggins. And the smarter, to his credit, Armon fell out with Jason. I ain't gonna do that. Zip. Doing that. I'm going to the party. Armon fell out with Nicki at night. I ain't gonna fall out with Nicki at night. Nope. That's my friend. And Brother Michael, if you listen to him, you got to get through the begging. But when he get to talking, Tasha went on there. Oh, being fake. Look at that HD. Oh, this is so good. Look at that HD. Brother Michael he had on his glasses. Oh, yeah. Nicki at night taught me. Nicki at night taught me. Because Nicki being messy. I see that. I said, oh, he didn't say Armon Wiggins taught me. The person that I was in the sandbox together, the person that I went to school together, the person that I broke bread together, the man that was living in my home when half my face was frozen. Not that Armon Wiggins. It was a new woman that sell pennies and bras. Taught me how to use the camera. It was Nicki at night. But Brother Armon Wiggins said something, my friends don't hang out with my ops. So Brother Michael don't like that. He get Armon together without insulting Armon. Brother Michael is not a confrontational person. He don't know how to do that rule ride. But what Brother Michael have done so effectively well, he inserted himself with friendships. And he act dumb. Oh, I don't know what. I ain't gonna get into that. He act dumb. He ain't dumb. He act dumb. And he befriended Nicki at night. She taught him about the camera. He befriended Jag. She brought in the viewership. That's why he could put Jaguar in the title, get 1,400 people. Before then, he get 300. He attached himself, so he became a close friend. He got what I call, he became a reliable source because he's attached to Jag. Jag give him exclusive, so that's why he get the Jaguar. They go to his channel first because he got the juice with Jag. And Armon went on an attack and said, my friends are not on YouTube. You hung out with Jaguar Wright. You was hanging out with Jason Lee. You hanging out with Nicki. And that brother uttered out of his mouth, it's given Wiley. Not is given wild eye, like he usually say, or psycho. That brother directly said is given Wiley. Yes, he did. He said it. You're doing what Wiley did. And I'm like, Needy Lee, why am I in it? You know what I mean? He named my name. He told that brother, you're acting like Wiley. That is what Wiley did. But the difference between me and Brother Michael, you got decades of a friendship. So it's not like Wiley. This situation is totally different. He said it. We posted about it. He didn't like it. And then people start commenting stuff in the chat. He said, stop posting his name. He have literally put him with brother. Don't post his name in there. I don't want to talk about it no more. I know his address. And then he was sending threats. I listened to Armon, he was sending threats. I know him in real life. I know his address. I know, I ain't gonna say that. I know he wanted to say something. It was almost slipped out of his mouth. You might as well say it because it's gonna happen because Tasha in this corner and she gonna cook it up. Because she can't stand that Armon Wiggins got all them clicks of views and drag me, got all them views. She can't stand it. Tasha is one of them type of women. So, thank you. You said something. I think Michael was a better friend than Armon Wiggins. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Because what Armon Wiggins did to Michael, he did a show called The Boys Chat. He got the idea from other YouTubers because Brother Michael was on the show called The Gentleman's Special. And Armon did a radio show back in the day before Station Head. He trashed the Gentleman's Panel and said it's boring, including his friend. He said it's all boring. We talked about it on YouTube. Armon went to the YouTuber, got them all on his platform. And the next couple of days later, he started his own show called The Boys Chat. Guess which boy didn't get an invitation? Yep, you guessed it, Brother Michael. Every time people would bring up stuff about Brother Michael in the chat, he would say, nope, he ain't coming on there. No YouTube, making excuses. I would think that if you gonna have a YouTube show, your friend a YouTuber, why he can't be on The Boys Chat? Because he wasn't really considered that new group of friends that Armon wanted to have. Armon did a rebrand. And so he wanted attractive men on there. He didn't want a big, black, thick, with glasses. Didn't want that repeats himself. He didn't want it, and he wasn't invite on it. The last time you seen him on the show is when they tried to scam the people for a record label. That never happened. When they did a music show that didn't go off the ground because he wasn't a good co-host. Brother Michael he wasn't good. He didn't match Armon's energy. His fans didn't like when Brother Michael, they said the man was boring. You think Brother Michael didn't see that? Brother Michael was hurt. Oh, I'm so hurt. I can't grow. It hits him harder than Brother Wiley because this your friend. And people would say to Brother Michael, why you got this amount of subscribers and your friend got this? Why he ain't help you? It got to him. It got to Brother Mike. He got tired of that. So, Brother Michael decided to say, forget this. You ain't truly my friend. You ain't helping me. Then Armon responding to me, because I was saying, you ain't helping your friend. Hey, I ain't obligated to help my friend. Help yourself. Who is helping me? And then one day, Brother Michael heard it, because we sent it to Brother Michael. I said, hey, you hear this? He talking about you. You hear this? You seen it? Because on Instagram, it tell you SEEN, meaning you seen it. He's talking about you, throw it out on you. So, Brother Michael was tired of that. Oh, I'm tired of that. Oh, man, I'm so tired of that. Man. So, Brother Michael seen an opening with Sister Jag. Seen the opening with Nick at Night. And he befriended her. Seen the opening with Jason. Your friend burn up that book. You get an invitation. You take it. I said, Armon ain't gonna like this. I'm sitting down eating my popcorn. I said, this is gonna be a good storyline. Did all that. Armon unfriended him. Then Tasha said that, and then Armon blocked him and said, my friends ain't on YouTube. Blah, 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 trashing him. So Brother Michael he brought all the Armon Wiggins critics on his show. And they did what I call bash Armon Wiggins. And they did just that. And I watch, because I watch only when the caller's calling. That's when it's entertaining. I fast forward it. Watched it. Then I said, Armon will respond. Paul said, no, he ain't. Just watch. I get an alert to my station head. I like that bling, bling, bling. I like that ring, ring, ring. Deposit your check. And you ain't flat. I forgot the name of that title, but I got through dancing. I know he about to drag Brother Michael. And soon he got to talking. Pacing the flow. When he started walking and pacing, you about to get you a new show. What up, y'all? I just want to say, see, I got to talk about this. You allowed them to drag me, and you told Tasha talking about me. You don't talk about your friend, Tasha K. You allow them women talk about me. I'm lit. My friends don't do that. Cussing. I said, oh, man. Pacing. My friends don't do that. Start cussing his viewers and name drop. Don't name his name. B, get out of my chat. Yeah, I understand. He ain't saying nothing, but he allowed people to say something about that and drag me. And you sat there and let them do it. And then Tasha K gonna say, I'm the better friend than him. I'm hearing it, taking it all in. I said, this is gonna end bad. I'm here for it though. It's entertaining. He was heated because Brother Michael outsmarted Armon in the end by befriending all the people he fell out with. And then he befriended Nick. And now you got Brother Wiley in the picture. Because you mentioned me, so I'm going to insert myself in this. So I go to Nick at night with a purpose. Yes, we talking about Milagograms not giving credit. But why Armon Wiggins is there? He didn't want me to come on that platform. No, he did not. He didn't want me to come on there. Well, Nick is your platform. If you would use whatever. So she dropped the link. Views going up. I confronted Armon, leave. And my argument said, you want peace? Then make peace with Brother Michael. Make peace with Brother Michael. And I named his name on purpose. Make peace with Brother Michael. You making peace with these black women? It goes nowhere because the peacemaker don't like his friend, Brother Michael. So make peace with Brother Michael. Didn't like it. Armon was upset. And people was like, yeah, Wiley Wright. You want all this peace? What happened with Brother Michael? What happened? Because half the audience, they ain't on station head. They don't know that him and Brother Michael fell out. Half of them don't watch Brother Michael, but they watch it Neek. And so while I got him there, I'm only here for a short time. I'm going to put it out there, make peace with Brother Michael. Where the peace at? Martin didn't do it. And Neek got me off, and she lied on her audience. Well, the Night Owls want you to get off the air, Wiley. So I'm going to get you out. Liar. She's another liar. And single, can't keep no man. Lying her name want me off there. They want me back on there. Lying because she want to be a pick-me. That's why she's single. She too busy trying to be a pick-me. She ain't strong enough. Pick-me, 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 pick-me. She's a pick-me. That's all she is. A good chocolate, nice chest meat, nice, beautiful thighs. Look like she smelled good. I never smelled her. I said she looked like she smelled good. Look good in them panties and bras she's selling. But something that she is, a pick-me. That's what she is. Pick-me. So, okay, he tried to ignore me. He didn't like it, and he mad at Neek. He pissed at Neek for allowing me on that platform. I'm in the chat. Thank you for having a conversation. I stand it for black media, and she upset. I'm under her skin. I'm under both their skin. The difference between Armon and her, women are more vocalizing. And you trying to get under my skin, but I'm under your skin, baby. You upset at Brother Wiley. I'm under there. I'm all up through that. Oh, listen, get you some content. And she upset. Then another woman said, let's talk about Brother Wiley. They ain't like that. So we leave it, we go live. Comments that get Nick together. She deleting comments. She upset. They say, I don't like how y'all treated Wiley and people that's defending Wiley. Why are you acting like that? You a pick me. You sad. Is she her feelings? So I'm waiting on to see if Armon, I know he gonna respond. So what he do? Deposit your check. You can't flex. Ooh, you think you like me? I said, I like that ring, ring, ring. I'm that dancing. I be dancing too. It's lit. It's a lit record. I'm a man. I ain't in my drawers. I'm just dancing. I like that. Blame, blame, blame. I'm not the one. And there's so much time. It's not okay. I'm just dancing, shaking my head, just dancing. He playing a little Nicki. Yeah. That little nigga, I'm just dancing. Because I know he about to drag me for filth. I'm prepared for the drag. Poof. Get on there. Yeah, see, that's Nick's show. I ain't getting on no show with Wiley, and so he can say that we was together. I never get on the show with you. Yes, I call him. I never talk to you again. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Yes, you is mad. Oh, just because you ain't cussing, you mad and upset. I ain't never get on there. Never gonna talk to you ever. That ain't my platform. See, Nick is fine. He ain't gonna listen to no advice. Yeah, you cool with Milagro. I ain't gonna never in his feelings. Like a little woman. In his feelings. He didn't have the courage to do that in front of a man. He went to his platform. He should have did all that with me and Nick and confronted me then. Didn't do it. He waited until he went to his audience for a whole rant. I ain't doing that like that. I went on a whole 60-day cleanse. I ain't smoking no weed, no liquor. Just pacing the floor. The fishes don't know what to do. Dogs, they going wild because they owner just lost his mind. He's so lit, he letting a bipolar man get all through his skin. And all I'm doing is, like I always do, Paul, you know this. I can't, my notebook is in there. It went on there. Okay. All I'm doing is taking little notes so I can give me some more content. I'm getting notes. Ain't gonna listen to that. I'm more lit than you. And yeah, you was mad because I said be the co-host and I want to fly him down. I'm so glad I didn't do that. How you gonna fly me down somewhere in California when you was there with Brother Michael? You was living with somebody, brother. When you interviewed me and my mother, half your face was frozen. Go bring Ryan the tape. One eye blinking. And one was just there. Frozen. I don't know what he got. He had some type of condition. One face was working. The other one was on break. Anyway. So, he just talking. Upset. Mad. Hey, Brother Wiley. We was live with our own storyline. And then they come in the chat. Yeah, Armon live. What? They thought I was going to rush and end my show. Nope. Why do I need to rush when I can just watch the replay? So, I go there, and he said that. He was mad. And Cocaine, I hope I said the name. Cocaine. Okay, yeah. Said this. It's interesting he would make up with somebody who really hasn't impacted his life at all. But he won't make up with someone who has been a better friend to him than he ever been to anyone. That's a good point. So he was talking about that. And it's different now. I'll never put your name in my platform. You haven't worked hard enough. Look at that like that. I said, look at my big bro giving little bro some advice. You know, I'm a little crazy. I'm listening to him. You haven't worked hard enough. You haven't deserved work hard enough to get your name in my title. And I turned to you, Paul. I said, I don't need to work hard enough. I'm in your mind already. So no, you didn't put my name in a title, but you discussed me a lot. So just because you didn't put my name in a title don't mean nothing. You talk about me a lot on Station Head. And when a YouTuber by the name of Coffee City would play it, you got mad at Coffee City. because she was bringing what you say about Brother Wiley to YouTube. And people was like, wait, I didn't know Armon be responding to Wiley. I thought he didn't know who Wiley was. I thought Wiley was talking to himself. He said all this about Wiley. Wait, I thought he didn't know why. I ain't know they go back that different. And he saw them comments, cuss Coffee City out, dragged her and threatened her. So Coffee City, she clocked out from YouTube. She said, I ain't covering YouTube no more because of Armon Wiggins. Because she decided to bring forth what he was saying about me on Station Head. And she would play my Station Head, my YouTube, and his response. He didn't like that at all because he wanted to paint this narrative that Brother Wiley is talking to himself. No, player. We are mutually having a disagreement. So, but he didn't like it. He don't like that at all. And that's a good point. I'm going to let that stay right there. Be right back. Y'all better share this live because we going to be alive for about another 2 hours. We ain't rushing. We ain't got no 1,400 people in here. So give me a second. We don't have no 1,400 people in here. Give me a second. Oh, Lord. I told y'all we're talking about my business and everybody else. Okay. So, Armon, you're more consistent on YouTube right now than he is. How are you not working hard? Yes. So, Armon Wiggins, he was talking. Thank you for that. He was talking and he was saying, I don't want 10 people to go and visit me at a meet and greet. I had a meet and greet in New York. Y'all didn't show up. I ain't showing up for no 10 people. And to the Armon Wiggins fan base, that's disrespectful. Why is it that you can't meet 10 people? You want to meet 3,000. Then you might not never get there. Meet the 10 and God will give you the increase. People don't want to do that, but I do it. We have in Vegas. If 3 people show up, 3 of us will be having fun. I'm not allowed to cancel because ain't nobody, 3 people show up. I don't do that. We went to the gun range. It was 2 people that showed up. So those 2 people, we had a good time. So I'm not about to say, oh, well, I got to cancel Vegas. Why? Only 5 people going to show up. Not me. We going to have a good time with the 5 people. See, when he start talking, you get beyond yourself. Okay? Oh, most of my people in New York, the same way here. I think all subscribers most of New York. But only a little people show up. Y'all ain't about to embarrass me. I'll meet the 10. See, y'all blessed over here. I get on the phone with ya. I go live for hours. Some of these channels, man, that money start flowing. They go live when they get ready. And that's okay. To his credit, he don't need to go live every day. He can reach his quota. Just do about 2 videos a week. He didn't reach his quota. What is a quota? The amount that he's accustomed to for his lifestyle. So the lifestyle I'm accustomed to, I have to go live a lot. Thank God for it. Now, I'm not going to say I'm going to keep doing it. It may come a time where I go live 3, 4, 5 times, but we ain't there yet. So you're going to see me a lot. Oh, man. Okay. Show that brother. People were saying you ain't going live long enough. You rushed. One particular person said you rushed. He do rush the callers off. You know why he rushed the callers off? He think he made it. He's no longer hungry, though. He's making the money. He don't want to be on the phone with y'all like that. He'll rush you off the air. Hold on, I got 1 minute, 60 seconds. Hurry up, 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 hurry up. Y'all be on that cussing. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. So over here, you can be on it as long as you can talk. We here. You blessed over here at the Wiley Show. We could do a station hand show for 6 hours. He ain't gonna do it. And you got the views. And then that brother, Armon, I don't smoke. I don't like smoking weed. I don't like smoke. I don't like smoking no weed. And then he went on his YouTube page. What was he smoking? Weed. And you know why he up there smoking that weed? Because he love to smoke weed. Yes. He's upset with his audience because they do not watch him when he do positive videos. And instead of him putting in the work to build that infrastructure, he wanted quick, fast, in a hurry. But they don't have it like that, player, because you didn't get what you got quick, fast, and hurry. It was a process to get you there. And he got mad at the audience because when he did them positive videos, them positive affirmation, the people didn't watch it. He got mad at the audience, upset, and say, I don't smoke weed. After that station head, smoking him a blunt. Why? Because he mad. Y'all ain't watching that rebrand. He's smoking weed. So he had to go right back into doing that. And he's stressed. So let's get into the reason why he's stressed. Do y'all know these people that's on the screen right now? Those people on the screen is KenLikeBarbie and Cardi B. KenLikeBarbie and Cardi B. KenLikeBarbie and Cardi B is friends. Right? According to KenLikeBarbie, he said, we didn't just meet, love, LOL. That's my best friend. We met like 7 years ago. That's where the loyalty comes in. Thank you for the love, though. Took the picture. There's multiple people upset about that picture. Before we talk about the Armon Wiggins piece, let me talk about Nicki. Then we run to Armon. Nicki upset because she can't control KenLikeBarbie. She was throwing out, talked about that brother's transition, called him an experiment because he's trying to work on his body, get surgeries and stuff. She throw out on him because she can't throw out on Cardi because Cardi be about that life. And she look weird, so she's throwing out at her friend, at Cardi B friend. And getting in a beef, and then she blocked KenLikeBarbie. All because KenLikeBarbie is singing Lil' Kim praises and defending Cardi B, and she don't like it because she can't control KenLikeBarbie. Because out of all the blogs, he's highly popular. And Cardi hang out more with KenLikeBarbie than Nicki hang out with her barbs. She hardly ever go to the house and bring her barbs to her house. and take a picture. She's not that personal like that. And then KenLikeBarbie. Do we have that receipt? I should have screenshotted to y'all. I didn't do it. So if it's still up, if it's not, then I will give you the summary of what he said. He probably deleted it because Cardi probably told him to delete it. Yeah, he. Hold on. Okay, he still got it up. So the brother you see, KenLikeBarbie, said this quote: "Since you want to throw shots, let's make this clear. I was never kicked out of Ish. I was a fan, not even of you, but your music. Then I wasn't because I peeped that you wasn't the victim. You insist on playing and was bullying Lil' Kim, among many others. That's what separates me from your fans. You can't fool me. I work in the industry and everyone has nasty-ish to say about you. There is no hate train. Of course, the industry is going to hate you if you behave like a controlling, low vibrational, selfish B word." Then it's KenLikeBarbie said this quote: "Let's be real. You out here paying blogs to post Kaya accomplishments to make yourself feel better when deep down inside you're dying. You are far behind what should be your peers because you're too busy running around behaving like a 40-year-old Stan account trying to compete with Cardi, Megan, and Lotto when those should actually never have been your peers. Drake, Rihanna, Beyonce should have been, and it's eating you up inside because you're the only one running behind, trying to hustle with the new girls like you just brought your first house after 15 years in the game on the loan right after you paid your tax lien. Clearly worried about the wrong things. You know, this is KenLikeBarbie. You know you crying inside that your song and all them features you dropped made no noise. So as a grown A-word woman, a rap queen, has to depend on a 22-year-old to make her relevant. Having your friends give out money to buy your own music. It's given Paola or Pablo getting high off his own supply. I'm keeping it cute because I can read you about a whole bunch of ish if you try me one more time. Talking about experience, your life is a social experience. Your blood is dirty. You want to talk about ugly when both your brothers look like frogs and got P-word, pedo blood. Please get the F out my face. I am not your enemy. You are. So that is what was being said. And I want to echo this about Sister Nicki. Yes, she made good music, but Onika got some trauma that she didn't get healed from. Onika is frightened that she's getting older and her fans is moving on to younger artists. And because of her behavior with Lil Kim, now according to people and according to rumors that she want to do a versus battle with Kim because she's trying to clean up her image. Because people are saying the thing that you did to Lil Kim, you're doing it to the Lotto, Doja Cat, Coi Leray, Cardi, etc. Nicki see that she's getting older and that her fans is going to other artists. And she's no longer the only gal in town. Now she got serious competition now. And she can't handle it. She is now working with younger artists that's fresher and look better than her and got least of the baggage. She's doing that to stay relevant. And she will only work with the artist, according to her, like she said in multiple her shows, you must pass the vibe check. But what is the vibe check? What is the vibe check? The vibe check is you must kiss my butt and be loyal to me only. And if I fall out with a female artist or artist, you must fall out with them too. If I work with you, Cardi is my ops. So you can't work with Cardi. That's why she fell out with Megan Thee Stallion. She don't like anybody that work with Cardi B. That's why she ain't paying Glorilla any mind, because Glorilla worked with Cardi. And Glorilla never spoke ill will of Nicki, but because you worked with Cardi B, I can't work with you. You didn't pass the vibe check. And now Nicki cannot control her base anymore. She get mad. She got mad at Armon because Armon studied her audience. He understand the language. He criticized and they flooded him and made him a household name with the bars. His Twitter went viral because he criticizes Nicki. And now Cardi and KenLikeBarbie hung out. They cut him loose. He's not invited. He's not at the table. He's not in the conversation. Armon Wiggins don't like it. So what did Armon Wiggins do? He wrote a tweet, said, "I'm so glad you're not like Armon. You're unbiased." And Armon responded to that tweet. It added KenLikeBarbie in the fan and said, "I'm not a stand page. I have my own show." Throwing out at KenLikeBarbie. And when this picture dropped, the next day, and KenLikeBarbie came on the Wiley Show. He definitely don't like that. He comment. So then Armon Wiggins said, "I want to host Queen Radio." Knowing that he ain't gonna step foot in Queen Radio because he's a flip-flopper. He's doing that to get Cardi together because Cardi is not bringing him into the fold. Cardi never invited Armon Wiggins to her home because Armon, when he was interviewing a Milagro, he said, "Me and Cardi not friends." Because when I went to a party, yeah, the first time I put a look at this rope, but when I seen the VIP, KenLikeBarbie and all of them was over there, and that's where your real friends are. That's where your real friends are. He was drunk. He was drunk. Give me a second. I want to get my book because it was a word that I want to say. Give me 1 second. It was a word in that book that I wrote. Give me 1 second. Where is that book? It was a word, and I wrote it down. Can't think of it. It'll come to me. It was a word that came that he said. I don't know if it's privilege. She's not obligated. It's a word that they use. If y'all don't know it, drop it in the chat. But a word. A word that was dropped. And Armon upset because he know he messed up with Cardi. Because what Armon Wiggins tried to do, he tried to be everybody's friend. And he did all that bootlicking, and it didn't work. He didn't get on Queen Radio, nor did he get a Cardi B interview. He burned Jason Lee's book because Jason Lee didn't move fast enough to help him. Then, a couple of months after that, when Jason started his show, when Armon started his show, that ain't required. It's not the word. Y'all don't watch him like that. I can't think of the word right now, but that ain't required. If y'all got the word, hit me up on Instagram if you ain't a member. It's a word. It wasn't privilege. It was a word that they used. And he got upset. And he told me when he called for Perry, I ain't covering Jason Lee. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't covering him. So don't you do it either, Wiley. What the world? Why am I in it? So he saw the views that we get, and then he started covering it. Got mad. I dragged him because I know he was upset that Cardi went on Jason Lee's show. I knew he was upset about that. Upset and mad. She went and interviewed with Jason. And I went live. And I talked about it. I said, he upset. No, he ain't. Yes, he is. And poof. He was mad. And now Cardi cut him loose. Because he didn't flip-flop and messed up with Cardi. Start throwing out, I ain't no stand, hey. I ain't no stand, hey. Throwing out. All that type of stuff just throwing out at Cardi. Getting mad in his feelings. I feel like I do all this, they don't come on my show. Throwing out. Burned Jason Lee book. Jason Lee went to Cardi and said he ain't no good. He's a flip-flopper. Sending her receipts. People sending her receipts. The Barty gang sending receipts. They said he's not a real friend. He's an undercover Barb. And the only reason why he's Barty gang because he was blocked by Nicki. You think Cardi don't see that? Do you think she don't see that? Yes, she see it. She see it all. Armon was live on Station Head. Yeah, I want to do a celebrity reading. I want to do one on Cardi. But I got to call her because, Nicki was so you can drag Cardi B? Who wants you to read them about their life and you still dealing with a drinking demon and a read demon? You want to start your reading on reading celebrity. That ain't going to work. But I'm going to call her. I have to call her. I'm going to have to call her for some tickets. KenLikeBarbie didn't have to call for tickets because he got it. I'm going to call her and see if I'm going to give me some tickets. Get up out of there. You can't call if you wanted to. Then Cardi B told him to stop playing. I only here for Armon. When she had him in the spaces, she told her stop playing it on you, so he had to stop it. But to save face, I just stopped playing. She told you to stop playing it. Who you think you lying to? She told you to stop playing it and you stopped. Because she did not want to have that cosign on your show because you a flip-flopper. And though you got that white teeth, though you got the Gucci, you a flip-flopper. And you know it. And it pisses you off when people call you a flip-flopper. You so mad because you accuse Wiley of being a flip-flopper. Only difference is we can take it, but you can't. You ain't nothing but a flip-flopper. You get in your feelings. You cuss folks out because you are a flip-flopper. Have I flip-flopped? Yes. Do you have the courage to admit that you a flip-flopper? That you tried to pin Cardi and Nicki together to gain their viewership? And then they said as he was reading Jason, he started talking about what Cardi told him. I'm sorry, as he was reading Jay, he started talking about what Cardi told him about Jason as well. Got so heated he can't control himself. He started telling private information. If you really want to fall out with a celebrity, start telling personal information about celebrity. They are going to cut you loose because the industry thrives on secrecy. Once you start spilling tea about private conversations and emails and texts, they're going to cut you off. And he cut himself off with that Jason Lee thing. You gave Jason Lee the reason to use that against you to blackball you. He made Armon Wiggins look. He baited him. He never liked Armon. And he baited him. He outsmarted him. He baited him in the beef. And when he did it, he dragged Jason by posting private information and put Cardi B in it. Everybody rushed to Jason. What did Jason do? He didn't respond. No, my people. I don't understand. I help you. He acted dumb. And he went to, you acted wow. And it bite him in the butt. And Armon knew he made a massive mistake. He knew it. And so now he tried to use some of his power and influence. Dialing my number from Paris. Wiley. No, the way I can tell by a person say my name that you ain't sincere. It's Mr. Wiley. Or Wiley. But Wiley tried his best to control me not to talk about Jason Lee. Because Jason, I was talking about Jason, and Jason Lee responded to me on his last show. He said Wiley name. He ain't like Armon. Not only did I get on Jason Lee's show once, this is my second time being mentioned. Armon didn't like it because I didn't have to bootlick. All I had to do was be myself, and I got the recognition. Even though Jason had me blocked, that brother still said Wiley. And I would have went on the show, and then cancel. And maybe in 15 years, you'd be like, he said my name directly. Armon was watching. He called me from Paris. Talk about Jason Lee. And what did he do? He started talking about Jason. Got upset. Because Cardi went on Jason, because everything I said about him came to pass. He was in his feelings because he didn't get an interview with Cardi and told Cardi B, you need another interview. That's disrespectful to Cardi and to her friend Jason. You think Cardi B didn't hear that? Cardi really ain't got nothing on for an interview. Yeah, make sure she get an album. Not that you throwing out shit. You think Cardi don't hear that? KenLikeBarbie didn't say none of that. That's why you didn't get invitation to the table. That's why your picture ain't up there with Cardi B. You ain't nowhere near it. So then you went back to Nicki. And Nicki is very smart. She saw an opening. Let me use this person, and I'm gonna block him, and then I'm going to unblock him. Oh, I'm gonna play some of his clips. Oh, and then it put Cardi on the offense, and then she was forced to play deposit your check. She didn't want to do that. They just both playing Armon. And none of them went on this show. They went on Jason. She went on Jason. Cardi went on Jason. Armon got upset. He was embarrassed because all that bootlicking, all that sharecropping he did, all them phone conversations he did, all them parties you went to. Press. Cardi don't need no prayer. Open up your throat right now. Let me throw that liquor down your throat. You did all that. So happy on that plantation sharecropping. They in the corner, her real friends in the corner laughing at you. He's so fake. They in the corner. You and Lovely T sharecroppers. Y'all just in the audience. Her real friends sitting with the good liquor. With the security. Y'all in the audience, sharecroppers. Getting mad at Wiley because I wasn't there and y'all getting played. Really, Armon, I'm focusing on mine. Lovely T, you get a pass for today. I'm give you a pass. But Armon upset because it's affecting Armon. He mad. Then that brother said, I ain't covering Bad Boys. Why? I covered it. They didn't let me host a reunion. I ain't covering it. Y'all keep saying host it because you ain't nothing to them but a sharecropper. The people will use you up and still won't book you to host that reunion. Y'all thought I was joking when I called him a sharecropper. That's what he is. And then he posts, I ain't covering the show. Who cares you ain't covering? Ain't gonna dim their light. I'm still gonna cover it. You think I'm gonna stop covering because you said it? That's you. I'm gonna still watch. If you really want to hurt their pockets, stop watching. You still putting money in their pockets, ding dong face. I'm still gonna watch it, but I ain't gonna cover it. I ain't gonna interview the cast. You know why you're gonna interview the cast? Because you don't want to pay them. None of them gonna want to come on there for free. They all want to be paid $1,000, $2,000, $1,500, $2,000. And for you and the amount of money you got, they're going to tell your hand part $5,000, $10,000. That's why you don't want to do it. And you think Ray J and them on the Dash Network, they're going to hire you so you're going to stay neutral. And that network still ain't out. They did all that talking. All the Dash Network. Where is it at? Still under development. You getting played. And see, I should have hosted Cream Radio and all her fans. I did a spaces. Where your spaces at for Cardi? Nicki never came in your space. You abandoned Cardi all because Nicki unfollowed you. Not followed you, unfollowed you. She not on the phone. She just unfollowed you because your real true love is with Nicki, but you can't be trusted with her because you a flip-flopper. And Cardi is letting you know, I don't agree with it. I ain't gonna get no beef with you. I'm just gonna boost up KenLikeBarbie. Because he's trained in this industry. He know how to play the game. He know how to play his cards right. He know not to throw his friend under the bus. And that's why KenLikeBarbie still got that relationship with Cardi B. And where Armon Wiggins at? Sad and crying because he ain't on Zeus. Because he ain't on Queen Radio. Raspy was supposed to be on the Dash Network. He abandoned that and joined Zeus because it don't mean nothing with an announcement. Where the show at? And Raspy, Mr. Plumber, whatever his name is, called Raspy, wrote him a check. He over there on Zeus. Orlando Brown over there with Zeus. Where Ray J and all that network? It ain't nowhere. It probably will come out, but it ain't out now. Where Armon Wiggins? In his feelings because he didn't get a pick. He didn't get picked. He did all that bootlicking, all that sharecropping. Didn't get picked. He did all that backflipping and flip-flopping. And they still said, we don't want you. KenLikeBarbie never commented under his video. He commented on the Brother Wiley video. Because I'm not a pick-me. I like Cardi. I like Nicki. I like Cardi. I like Nicki. I like them both. Some better days than others. Because I listen, they all right. If I get an invitation, if I don't get an invitation, I'm fine. I love talking about people. And KenLikeBarbie watched my video and left a comment. We didn't just meet love, LOL. That's my best friend. We met like 7 years ago. That's where the loyalty comes in. Thank you for the love, though. In order for him to come to that conclusion, he had to watch what I said about him. So Armon Wiggins, you too busy bootlicking for these celebrities and they giving your black behind the boot. You've been kicked off the island. You moved your hind part, your fish tank, your dogs to Hollywood, and they all kick you to the curb. And you can't handle it. You upset. You mad. Because I understand these celebrities don't care nothing about you unless you singing their praises only. They don't like you to be neutral. They want you to be loyal to them 1,000%. They don't like it when you're flip-flopping with the ops. You think Cardi B received you singing Nicki Minaj praises when she tried to fight and got hit in her head by Riley, had a knot on her head? No, she don't agree with that. She don't. Because to her, she still remember that when she was fighting and at the plump food and got a knot on her forehead. And the person that I'm on the phone with still singing this chick praises and saying this stuff, throwing out at my fans, calling my fans stupid. You think Cardi B don't see that? You must be drinking all that liquor. You better sober up and see what you did. You think she don't see you insulting her fans? You think she don't see you saying it about her fans? She see it all. So yes, they cut ties with you. And you know they did. And you tried to throw out at KenLikeBarbie. Yeah, Nicki said it about him. Ooh. But you can't say nothing. Because you're not even in conversation. And you mad. Let's see what that tweet said. Give me a second. And somebody hit me up in the DM saying these words. It was entitlement. Thank you, viewer. Entitlement. I know you're watching. He was entitled. Entitlement. Then somebody said, open up your chat on YouTube. Nope. You want to come here? Pay. I'm broke. I ain't got it. I'd rather do that than to be begging for a cash app every 3 minutes. So he felt entitled. Because Milagro said, I'm not entitled. Oh, I ain't entitled, but I shouldn't defend these people. I walked on the field and I said, oh, they gave him the boot. And he don't like it. Then you want to get Wiley together. No, take that frustration to people that gave you the boot. I'm still following Cardi. Never had a conversation. Never had a conversation with KenLikeBarbie. Never had a conversation with Nicki. Nicki never blocked me. Because I know I'm not no stan. I like her sometimes. I'm more like a Lil' Kim fan. You understand what I'm saying? But I know not to get too close with these celebrities because I like to talk about everybody, so it ain't gonna work. So I ain't never gonna be excited in them circles. That's what happened to the Scorpion show. They became friends with them celebrities and it bite them in the butt. Them people were stealing from them, lying on them. They befriended Tamar. Tamar didn't hardly pay them. Stole they sand, didn't give them proper credit because y'all got blinded with these celebrities. Them celebrities are regular folks like everybody else. Though they may have more money than you, but they still human. They still bleed, piss, and poop like you. They may do it in a bigger house, but they still got to take off their clothes and sit on the toilet and use toilet tissue like everybody else. They are still regular folks. They may be known by more people, but they still human. They ain't my God. They still human. And most celebrities want you to sing their praises 24/7. They don't want you to have your own mind. And if you do, you better not do it publicly or you're going to get the boot like they did Armon. And then he was bragging. Well, I'm trending because I said something about Queen Radio. I'm trending. Nicki saw opening just to drag Cardi B and use Armon. That's why he been cut off. He allowed Nicki to use him. And still, you ain't getting on Queen Radio. But what I will do is destroy that relationship you had with Cardi B. I'm going to destroy it. And that's exactly what Nicki Minaj did. She tried to bait because she mad because she can't control KenLikeBarbie. So let me destroy that relationship in her mind. I'm going to take 2 for 1. But it didn't work because KenLikeBarbie came with Nicki with facts. And then it was talked about today on the Breakfast Club that Lil' Kim is going to do a versus battle with Nicki Minaj. Yeah. You think I didn't know that? Now go to station and try to respond. You can't do it because it's the truth. You didn't fell out with Lotto? I didn't. You want to be accepted. See the difference between you and I. You want to sit with those people. But I don't want to sit with people that don't want to sit with me. I'm fine where I'm at. You want to sit with those people. If you move into Hollywood, do you know you got to be fake in Hollywood? They don't want no real person in Hollywood. If you do, they're going to treat you like Monique. She's difficult to work with. Why? Because she got her own mind. Most celebrities don't live in Hollywood. They work in Hollywood. They live in Mississippi, Alabama, or out there. They don't live in Hollywood. It's fake. They go in there and work. But they live in Georgia somewhere. You move there and you getting a taste of it. They ain't gonna receive you there. They ain't gonna receive you there. And you know it. And you're throwing out. You might as well call Cardi B B's. You know you want to call her that. It's showing in your actions. But you can't. You just stuck. You know you want to cuss her out. And she watching, just like if she ain't watching, guess who watching? The man with the black hat, KenLikeBarbie. And guess what he gonna do? Tell her what Brother Wiley said. And though you are a beautiful chocolate man, fly as you can be, chains, hats, glamour, but you want to go up in the mainstream. And let's be clear, and I'm going to say it. You got to be willing to kiss a lot of behind. If you ain't willing to sell your soul and kiss no butt, don't try to go to Hollywood and get in them circles. Because it ain't going to work. He wrote this a day ago. He said, talk about impact. I literally posed a question today. Should I be on Queen Radio? This Armon. Then boom, an episode appears. And Queen Radio is now trending. That's Armon. The one that get on the phone with Cardi. He's not from LA. He lived in California. He wasn't raised in LA. He was raised in the boondocks of California with the Wi-Fi that don't hardly work. He moved to LA. He wasn't raised in LA. He was out in the boondocks, California. You know that little boondock, the little area, the Wi-Fi don't work somewhere in the mountain. That's where he's from. Armon said this a day ago, quote, I'm just gearing y'all up for the shift. I've been warning you for a minute. This industry-ish ain't for me. Well, if it ain't for me, stop trying to act like you industry then. Stop going to them red carpets. Then he ran it. Okay, so observation. 1, y'all drag me when I'm doing controversial topics. However, y'all don't support the positive topics, which mean you love the mess. 2, I never really know if y'all are really listening or entertained by my content until I stop it for a minute. He did a video called Stop Letting Your People... He said, it's time to say no. Stop letting people use you. Well, sir, you let celebrities use you. You ain't say no, you wanted to be used. And you mad because you felt entitled because you wanted to get a return on all that bootlicking, and they said, nope. And you mad. Upset because you felt entitled. You emotional? Entitled. And your emotions show live in color because you act like you got everything together, but you ain't got them emotions together, honey. You still be throwing out and go on rants. You try your best. I'm done with this. I don't do this. I'm done with these rants. And you go on another rant. And yes, he will be dragging Cardi soon and saying some stuff about Cardi. Oh, it's going to happen. He's going to be dragging Ken like, oh, yes, it's going to happen. because he upset at KenLikeBarbie because KenLikeBarbie got the ratio. KenLikeBarbie is industry enough to know I'm going to watch Wiley, but I ain't going to co-sign unless Cardi B give me the nod to do it. Then I got the power to do it. Then I say something. But he ain't going to say nothing until his friend of 7 years say do it. But they talking about it. We never had no conversation, Cardi, because I know you got him under NDA and all that. Never had no comment. He don't need to talk to me. I know y'all talk about stuff that go on out here on these YouTube streets, honey. You ain't got to tell me that. Y'all in that gossiping. If walls could talk. But he know how to play his cards right because he been here longer than Armon. He know the industry. Jason knows the industry. That's why he's respected because he know you got to kiss a lot of behind and massage these people's ego. That's why every time Jason Lee interview these celebrities, he always uplifting them, kissing their butt. You got to. You can't be sitting as black media asking these celebrities tough questions. You ain't Barbara Walters. You ain't Oprah Winfrey. They worked for that. But you can't do it. Let me go to Armon Twitter. Because, he got us blocked. So I'm going to go to my multiple people that screenshotted that of what he said. So I'm gonna go to what he said. Because multiple people always screenshot this. Then he lied. If you know me, then you know I did not smoke. All my friends laughed at me. However, I was high as hell yesterday, effing up the whole show. You do smoke. Get someone to stop all that lying, sir. Stop pretending like you so saved and you don't do these things. You do, liar. Then Nicki Minaj fan calling to drag Armon and say he does not deserve to be on Queen Radio. He hashtag Queen Radio. He baiting the fans because they a look touch because they getting used. And Nicki said they using me. They don't care, honey. They like to be entertained. And he's using to build his platform. Cardi B see that. He ain't talking about Cardi. He don't care nothing about it because Cardi don't bring the clicks and views. Nicki does. Uh-oh, did I say that out loud? Yes, I said it. To him, most of his highest views is with Nicki in the title and Tasha K in the title. That's the formula. Nicki, Tasha, Nicki, Tasha, Nicki, Tasha. Cardi is just being mentioned just to be mentioned. But what keeps the lights on at the Armon Wiggins show, what keeps him in that high rise is Tasha and Nicki Minaj. Without them two, you won't hardly ever go there and watch his show. Let's go here. He said this quote. And let's be clear, if I never go on Queen Radio, it won't change how I feel. I'm still a fan of the music, hip hop, and love Nicki Minaj, so it's no tea. I have my own platform, and I'm very proud of it. Then he think that Nicki throwing out of him. Then he was trending off of Nicki, not Cardi. Keep that in mind. He said, impact. He did a Twitter space. Should Nicki Minaj bring me on Queen Radio? He ain't said nothing about Cardi. Then he also said, I love Twitter because when you got a person that's emotionally unstable, they tell like business to Twitter. Let's go to this tweet. One day ago, he said, I honestly feel like all the girls are afraid to sit with me. I don't know. I just feel like there's no one else that could do it like me. In so many words, he think they're going to bring on that so he could be real messy. That ain't going to work. Saucy Santana was offered to be on the show with Carisha Please. When the idea was presented, they wanted Saucy Santana and Carisha Please to be on the show. They wanted her to be the woman. They wanted a gay sidekick, the messy one. Saucy Santana is wise enough to know. He said, no, I didn't want to do it because if I would have said the same thing, oh, he's being messy, he's gay, he didn't want to be set up like that. And I don't blame Saucy Santana. They wanted to use him. And he had sense enough to say, you ain't about to set me up for failure. No. And they not going to allow him to ask them questions, him feminine with nails. They ain't even going to want to sit with Carisha. He really want to say that. That's why he didn't get on there. You think those hip-hop men, some of them in the closet, going to allow them to laugh and open up to a man that wear nails and you got another thing coming? No, they ain't going to do that. Even he been used and laughed at by his friends. He had to confront Carisha. I didn't like what you said. That wasn't me in that bedroom, and y'all my friends, because that ain't how my body. They made fun of him. You better open your eyes. Most women do not like men that sleep with men. You better know it. They will pretend to act like because it's politically correct and it's good for business to be around y'all. Y'all do their nails, y'all good gossipers, y'all got that swagger, but in their heart of hearts, they don't like your lifestyle. They can eat a look punani, but they don't like it that you like men. And y'all know it. Y'all just get used. So I'm smart enough to know that. You be all in their face, and they don't care nothing about you. Your lifestyle choice. Let their son say they that way. Watch the words that's going to utter out their mouth. Then this post he wrote on Twitter. This is Armon, quote. I want to go on Queen Radio, however, only if I could ask direct questions, not media-trained questions. Like I would need to be able to get into some things and you ain't going to get up on there because they ain't going to allow you to ask those questions that ain't media-trained, honey. No. You got to know how to speak that language. You think they about to go get you on there so you can ask her questions? What's your problem with look here? People say you jealous and ask them direct questions. No, they ain't gonna allow that. You're gonna get pushed out of there. That camera gonna get shut off. They're gonna take the tape and burn it. You think they about to allow you to sit with Nicki and ask them questions? No. You think you gonna sit with Cardi and ask them questions? No. She ain't coming. You don't have the impact like that. No, they ain't coming on that show. They ain't came yet. And if they do come, you got to ask media-trained questions if you want that relationship. Because Wendy Williams did it. But look when she started her show. She did not get A-list celebrities on her show. She did not, even though her show was doing good in the ratings. How many A-list stars went on her show? That was black or white. That was A-list stars, A-list stars. Not D-list, not reality stars, not Zeus. No offense. I'm talking about A-list. How many does she have? Sherry Shepherd getting A-list stars on her show. She got the same studio, the same staff. Whitney Williams didn't get it because she was too messy. They did not go on her show. It went on Sherry Shepherd. The same lights, same cameras, same chairs. Only difference, Whitney ain't there. She lost her mind. She got the boot. She was replaced with Sherry Shepherd. Somebody that is not problematic, somebody that ain't addicted to drugs and alcohol, that get along with the celebrity, know the language, are part of the system. We gonna come and talk to Sherry Shepherd. Not Wendy. Where Wendy at now? Man gone. She got to get permission to spend money. She can't even buy a burger without talking to her conservative. If she wanted to get some French fries, she got to get somebody else permission to buy them fries. She don't even have the power over her own money. If she want to get a new phone, she got to call her conservative. They have to say yay or nay. They say no, you ain't getting it. All right, let's drop the link. So that's why Armon been cut off. And he know it. And if he ain't, ask him and watch him cuss you out. You got to be strong because he going to drag you. Ask him, is it true that what Wiley said that you've been cut off by Cardi? He going to ignore that and insult me. But it's the truth. He going to ignore it. He been cut off. Is it true? You've been cut off? Don't worry about Wiley. He a psycho. He a psycho. He wish he could sit with these people. I got the fashion over there. I'm lit. I'm drip. Man, you all that, but you emotionally unstable, addicted to alcohol, and addicted to that weed that you was smoking. And you burnt a lot of bridges. I probably and will have Cardi on the show before you and Nicki and Lotto before you. And then you have to sit in the bushes because you did all that bootlicking, all them birthday parties, all that twerking, and they went to Wiley. They go to you. So you got to sit in the bushes like everybody else and be mad and watch the show grow. You got to sit in the corner. And your pride ain't going to let you put my name in the title because you that ego. And Cardi B going to come, what up, Wiley? I love you so much, Wiley. Or Nicki, hi, Wiley. Look here. You're going to be mad. In your feelings. And watch me just whoosh, be the biggest name. Did I do that bootlicking? And you're going to be upset in your feelings. Now, let's open up the phone lines. I don't know if y'all want to call in really quickly. Because we've been on here for 5 hours. So what? Y'all like it when I'm nice and long. I don't know if y'all want to call. Oh, let me put a thing up here. 1 second, y'all. I forgot. I don't know if y'all want to call in. If not, that is so fine because we have a show. It's too much truth. Love Maria said, I've been here for 5 hours. I took me a good sleep. We put a 5-hour show. Thank you for that. Thank you for that cash app. Somebody sent me a cash app. Thank you. I put it on the screen. That was a blessing. Somebody sent a cash app. Let me put that cash app on the screen. Somebody said, "What's your cash out?" They send it on the DM because they ain't no member, but they want to give us cash out. Give me a second. We gonna get up out of here. I could talk some more, but I'm gonna just quit. I'm gonna quit. I could say some more things, long and thick. Black. That's what Tasha said. Black. Overweight. She started talking about my weight, and she got a whole thick thing on the 2 stomachs. And she want to get a BBL, but she talked too much, but can't afford it because she owe Cardi $4 million. She got to talk about my body. Because she mad because we done dragged her. Thank you, Jackie. I'm going to listen all the way out. Mad. How long Wiley been getting this shit? How long he been he only got that amount of views? And she really thought that we was gonna get mad. And here she is meeting with her bankruptcy lawyer. She about to file bankruptcy. She about to file Chapter 7. But she don't want to do it. Her husband said, we got to do it, baby. I don't want to do no bankruptcy. It's going to make me look weak. You already weak and a liar. So go on and file it. She got to file bankruptcy. She having a meeting right now with her lawyers. They telling her, the only thing you can do to prolong it, we got to take this to bankruptcy. And Cardi gonna have to challenge it. It's a new battle that's brewing up, and it's called bankruptcy. And then Cardi gonna challenge it. But Tasha gotta spend more money with lawyers. Because Cardi have already garnished her YouTube checks. So now she have to file bankruptcy. And she don't like it. And we gonna report on that bankruptcy. She got to file bankruptcy. Was it worth it, Tasha? No, it was not worth it. Now you got to your asset. Now you got to tell it that I ain't got it. I ain't got it. You got to file either Chapter 7 or 13. You try to file which chapter you can file. But you acted like you got it. I got it. Yeah, you really ain't got it because you got to file you some bankruptcy. It's going to happen. And then it's going to get challenged. Then you got to try to put something in a trust. That's going to get challenged because they're going to say she's doing that to shield from this judgment, Your Honor. And you know it. That's why you hop on other platforms because you're trying to change the narrative, but it ain't working. You're no longer hot like you used to. You in debt. And you mess with the wrong woman. They just taking your money. Taking $9,000. Garnish your check. They coming after your app money. You did all that and it's biting you in the butt. And now, well, Wiley is this. You talking about Wiley. Wiley is the least of your concern. Wiley, the least of your concern. Well, Wiley, if you know, Wiley, you don't have no many viewers, but you got $4 million in debt. That's affecting your commentary. People say, it's something missing about you. You know what's missing about Tasha? She afraid to lie on celebrities now. Because she owed $4 million. So now she do this bull crap stories. It don't hit. Because she built her platform lying on folks. She don't have no more excuses. She can't do R. Kelly. He locked up, sick, in and out of the hospital. He's old news. She can't talk about Steve Harvey. That's old news. That's why when she dropped the promo of that, got the least amount of views. They ain't interested in that. A man that got dumped and his wife, he bitter, trying to write a book. She with Steve Harvey. He's trash. He ain't charismatic. I'd have left him too. You're broke. Broke. And Tasha, it ain't gonna work. And you got to be careful with Steve Harvey. Because he'll sue you. He sued one lady, she disappeared. Drowned her in so much debt. Now she gone. And the lady was afraid to show her face on camera. You don't hardly ever see that. She was talking about Steve Harvey. She stopped doing it. He drowned her in so much debt. She left. And now Tasha K is in $4 million in debt. And that's just $4 million. She owed the IRS almost $200,000. Plus $4 million to Cardi B. And they already seizing her YouTube checks. Yes. They already snatching them checks. And it's affecting her. And she run into the app, and that's about the goal. That income, she gonna take that too. And you ain't gonna be forced. In about a couple of weeks, the announcement will drop that Tasha K have filed for bankruptcy. That's the only way out. And it ain't out because that's only if the judge approve it. Because them creditors, and Cardi was one of them, they're going to fight it. So that's more money that she going to have to spend in bankruptcy court to fight it. And that's why she posting every day. She have no choice. Any little story. Bath Body and Beyond. What was the name of that stuff? Bath Body. She had to do a story on Bath Body. Tasha K never talked about Bath Body and Beyond. She had to talk about anything just to get the audience to subscribe. Every little scrap. Because she can't do it with no celebrity. She got to talk about people that got acid. They ain't went nowhere. She trying to get Larry Reid to get her in a lawsuit so she can go viral and people start watching her show. That he ain't done that. Because Larry, his content ain't hitting the same. He ain't getting the clicks and views. That it destroyed him with them Levante allegations. So he can't afford to get in no other legal action. His content ain't hit the same. When the last time you seen Larry Reid went viral? It's been a long time. Once them Levante allegations come out, it hurt him as a commentator. The same with Tasha. When the last time you see her went viral and really just dominate these YouTube? It's been a long time. Now you mentioned $4 million in debt. You don't hardly hear nothing out of Larry Reid. When the last time you seen him go over there to conscious? Been a long time. It ain't hitting the same. You a predator. You took advantage of Levante. And you're guilty. And it's eating you up inside. Folks whispering, that's the predator right there. He like to take young boys, sleep with young boys. And you can't sue. Because you have to sue Wiley, Levante, Tasha, Bishop Whitehead, 10 other bloggers. You will go bankrupt. You don't have the money. Your church audience ain't big enough to have 9 different lawsuits. You don't have it like that, sir. You don't have it like that. Because these people, we wise enough to fight you all the way through. We ain't Daryl. Because Daryl did too much showing up to you. We ain't doing that. And man, when did I say you seen Larry Reed throwing 500? He can't do that no more. Hurting him in his pockets. Give me a second. My producer sent me over some information with Tasha K. That's why she mad. Do you think we care if we have 1,000? Long as I touch one person, long as I'm touching your lying self. And you're mad you can't control Brother Wiley. And we using it on your camera that you gave us. And that's why you mad. Thank you. And you upset. And mad. When you wake up, dead. You got to talk to lawyers about how you can move money around. Dead. You got to talk to this person. She coming out the check. Dead. Arguments. Oh, but you all know this money. I just don't understand. Maybe you should have took the video down. You don't understand. You should have told me. I tried to tell you. That's all your conversation in your house. Dead. And then you got to come to YouTube. What's up? Why no? So today we're gonna talk about Travanon and his new relationship with his sister girlfriend's neighbor. We're gonna definitely record. We got some wine on that. And all that. You got to think of some story. But then when you got to close off that camera, reality set in. You pacing the floor at night. You in debt. And it's affecting your sleep. Everything that you worked hard for going to somebody else. Your employees, you try to keep a strong face, but it's affecting you because you know I'm going to have to let y'all go. I'm going to give y'all the boot because I can't afford to keep you. You put on a facade for your audience. But you in debt. Give me a second here. Hold on. Now, they sent subpoenas to Tasha K Bank to Google. The online personality on Radar Online makes revenue through ads on YouTube and her website. Last year, Georgia jury found Tasha K, Cardi, and videos posted on her YouTube. The rapper sued Tasha K over claims that she worked escort and had an STD and used hard drugs. They awarded Cardi $1 million in general damages and $250 for medical expenses for a grand tour of 1.25. In addition, she was awarded $1.5 million in punitive damages and another $1.3 million for her attorney fees. Tasha attempted to appeal the decision, but was unsuccessful. Cardi has been attempting to collect on her $3 million she's owed for a bid. Last year, she fired off a notice to JP Morgan Chase when Tasha held a bank account. Cardi was told Tasha only had $1,083 in her account. Cardi then fired off a notice to Google, which owned YouTube, to keep the money owed to Tasha K. You are hereby commanded to immediately hold all money, including wages and other property, except what is known to be exempt, belonging to the defendant or obligations owed to the defendant named above, beginning on the day of service or the summons, and including the next 1,095 days, the notice read. A ref for Google told Cardi that Tasha K has $9,304 owed to her. Cardi now wants the court to order the funds be handed over to her immediately. So now she coming for them checks. That's why Tasha is trying not to go live on YouTube. She want to go to the app, but they coming for the app as well. And she know this. And the only thing she could do, and that would just prolong the proceeding, is file bankruptcy. They coming for the checks. They already garnished the checks. And Tasha K know it. That's just, I ain't gonna go live today on YouTube. That's what she don't like when you send super chats, because it goes to Cardi. That's why her backup page, she took the monetization off, because Cardi getting that too. But she have to go to YouTube, because that's the only way her name stay ringing, to add promotion for the app. That's why she only use YouTube just to promote people for the app. She do a couple of little stories, and then she go on the app. But they coming for the app too. We found the company that she go through the app with, like a third party company, go get the name of it yet till we get all the facts. She get paid through the app. She's not the sole owner of it. It's another company that own the app and that get the money through it, and she's going after that too. And she got that app because she thought, well, Cardi take this money, she ain't gonna be able to touch the app. Who told her that? She be listening to some weird advisors. You ain't gonna have to do nothing but go back to that waitress. Can I take your order? You want a 3-piece? Yes, 3-piece. What else do you want? Yes, I would like the double cheese. I would like chicken wings, fried hard. Would you like fries with that? Yes, I would like fries. What do you like to drink? I would like a Sprite, a strawberry lemonade. Okay. She gotta go to the kitchen. Can I get 3 orders of the baby back ribs, 2 orders of fries, fried hard, to table 3? Order up. Is that Tasha K? Oh, yeah, I'm here, I'm trying a new study. She gonna lie. She ain't gonna say I'm in debt. I gotta do it. She gonna lie. I'm just doing a little study, here for the show, a reality show. I'm gonna be an actress and playing a waiter. No, lady, you broke. You gotta go back. You gotta go back to Applebee's. You did it to yourself, and you know you did it. That's why you responded. If what Brother Wiley was saying was a lie, you ain't gonna respond to Brother Wiley. If what I said was a whole lie, you wouldn't have to respond to what Brother Wiley is saying. You know why you responded? Because it's the truth. You know why you responded? Because it's the truth. That's why you responded. Because we telling the truth. All right. That was it about Tasha K. I'm going to bring that to a close. Thank y'all so very much for tuning in. God bless you, and thank you all for your amazing support. Thank you. Everybody can call in. We wanted to make sure we didn't get no call-ins. We are done. We've been on his show for 5 hours out of call-in. The truth hurts. She can't take it. Y'all keep her in your prayers, and your prayer should be, tell her to stop all that lying. Then you get on the phone and cuss me out. I take the phone calls. Pacing the floor, calling me because you mad. Upset. Oh, woo. Why you trying to control? Ain't gonna work. You said you don't talk to YouTubers no more. You need allies. Ain't none of them strong enough to go toe to toe with me. They ain't strong enough. You using a program unscreened. Thank you. They coming for that. Upset, mad. And what you gonna do? You gonna go to other YouTuber channel to throw out on Wiley. I'm staying on your neck because you're a liar. You went to court, and I don't even have to say allegedly. You went to court and you was found liable, meaning in ghetto terms, you lied and you got to pay. Wiley don't have a lawsuit. Wiley didn't have to file bankruptcy because of a lie he told. You do. Wiley don't have his YouTube checks garnished. You do. Wiley don't owe almost $200,000 to the IRS. I owed $150. Serious. $150. $150. Not $150,000. Like liar Tasha K. Liar K. Liar! You lied on her. And it's affecting you. Thank you, Bougie Barbie. Said thanks, Brother Wiley. Thank you. And you're upset. Any content creator have their own app on unscreen. Can you let me know about that app, Trinidad? Let me know. Send me an email. You get my email. Moderators, post my email in the chat. Post my email in the chat, moderators. Where are my moderators at? Is any of my moderators in the chat? Or is they sleep? Is they sleep? Email me that. I'm up. Let me be my own moderator. All right. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you and thank you all to the people all around the world. God bless you and thank you. I'm about to go close out the show. Thank y'all so very much for tuning in. Make sure y'all subscribe. We just gonna end it on this note. Make sure y'all come through. We'll be in Vegas October 6th through the 9th. This is our second annual meet and greet in Las Vegas, and we are so excited to be there. If you want to attend to the second annual meet and greet, all you have to do is RSVP, and we want to make sure, so we give you information because we're going to be staying at a hotel there October 6th through the 9th, 2023. The meet and greet is going to be nice. We're going to have a good time. That's October 6th through the 9th, and if you want to RSVP, please email us at WileyShowProductions@gmail.com. WileyShowProductions@gmail.com. Wiley Show Productions at gmail.com. Okay? All right? Okay, we got somebody backstage. Wiley Show Productions at gmail.com. I'll give you 1 second. We're going to get somebody on air here. And, oh, they hung up? All right. Well, we here. We still here, honey. You hit that link. We'll bring you on. All right? All right? Paul gone. He had to get some lunch. He'll be back. Oh, go. Okay. If you want to hit the link, you can hit the link. Give me a second. Let me post it on here. Give me a second. All right. Anybody want to come on? Somebody came back on. They hung up. Oh yes, is I'm going to say shit? Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Hey everybody. All right, that was it. Thank you so very much for the cash apps. Ooh, y'all had came through today. Y'all love me. Thank you to the 95 plus members that joined us. We want to get to that goal by next. We want to hit 100 members next week. Can we do that, people? Can we do that? Let's get to 100 members. All right. Let's get to 100. I guess I'm about to go eat. I'm hungry. I will talk to y'all soon. Little black boy, you beautiful. Little black girl, you enough. When times get hard, always remember to put God first and watch him change in your life. All right. I know y'all going to drag me in them comments. Just don't cuss, and you will see your comment. I don't care what you say. Just don't cuss. Talk to y'all later. Peace. Make sure y'all subscribe. They said we ain't got no subscribers.